I'm such like a hack rat, seriously. Like, so many people would see like see like a nail like that and just like throw it away, but me, put it in my box. Box of nails. Like, you get to see me today working on all of this stuff. Yep. All my bolts and nuts out, and get rid of the rubbish. While I've got everything out though, I can put it away in different spots. Not sure where this bolt came from actually. I'm gonna leave it together. This bolt, pretty sure comes from here. These two are useful ones. Oh, little tiny bolt. Bye bye bolt. This one though, can go with the rest of the junk. Haberdashery section, I reckon. This, however, is actual rubbish. Box full. That. But yeah. Oh gosh, jeez. So these are the ones here that I need to use. This is just another one. That way. That way. And now I've got my magnet ready to go. Now that is important. There we go. Go, got my magnets. Magnets, having one of these is really useful for just holding onto your screws. I recommend it. Like, this came from an actual like plate thing, like, which has had a bowl on it, but yeah, pretty cool to have. This here is like a little floor stopper thing that I actually, yeah. Well, let me show you what we're looking at here. But before I do that, I'm going to tighten this with another washer. So otherwise it's just not tight enough. Still. This there. And that holds it a lot more steady. Go. You can see me working on that there in double time. This is actually on the wrong side, but that's okay. I can simply fix that up later. One thing I will do, just move it down like that. Make it a little bit easier for me to screw together. And the bottom one. I hate stripping the screws, the screw heads. Now, the piece de la resistance, which is... So I don't know about other people, but I always buy my screws too long. Because it is so much easier to fucking just cut a bolt. And it's not more, it's usually priced around the same. It's much easier to have a bolt that's too long and that you have to cut down than it is to have one that's too short that you need to go to the shop and buy a new one. And honestly, bolts, M4 bolts, are so easy to cut. Like literally all you need to do is wiggle a blade. And while it does tend to make the end of it a little bit shit, that's really easy to fix later on. And if you're doing something like this, which is not like intentionally meant to like come apart, who cares? Because you can worry about that later. There we go. I now have the mounting plate ready. All of these bolts can be tightened a bit as well. They are a little bit looser than I would like. However, that shouldn't be too much of an issue for what I'm doing. It's just this stuff which is going to be a little bit more tricky to deal with, but I can quite easily fix that problem. But yeah, as you can see, like I can have it at whatever height I want to. Yeah. Hardest part though, after you've tightened it this much, is untightening it. What I might do actually is take both out and put the one in. I don't need it to be too tight. There we go. Hold on to this one. I fucked up this screw. Sometimes it can be tempting to cut it in half before you screw it in. I don't recommend that. But yeah, at this point, it's just as simple as screwing it back together. So let's do that now. Get that out later. Main thing to make sure you don't do is strip your screws. You strip your screw heads, that's just making it difficult for you later on. be honest, I don't like this head. It's making it a little bit difficult to avoid doing exactly what I'm saying. I wish I had one, but I don't know what the fuck happened to it. I thought I'd put it back. It's this one here, but it's fucked. Found it. Okay, there we go. No. That's gonna strip it. Oh. And we hope that this one works. Actually, this one might be the best. Alright, well, let's try that. Always use the right size screwdriver. Yep. Much better. I just think seeing these things sometimes. Hey, Sham, how are ya? It is hardware time. And I've got 2 cameras. One of them's really shit though, so apologies in advance. Appear to be missing some screws, which, oh, and shit, I've done something else that I shouldn't have. Fuck. Ah! Oh well. It's Tinker time. How are you, Ashane? It's good to see you again. I was wondering where you were at. You got Rhino. That's the X56, right? Or is that the X52? That's the old Cytec one. I've got the one that Logitech came out with after they bought out Cytec. Oh, I'm sorry sorry to hear that. Yeah, that can happen a lot. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Alright. We're going on a hunt. The screws! I think I found all. How many screws do I need though? It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 screws, and I have 4, 8. I'm missing 4. I'm missing 4 screws? How? What's that thing? Hold on. What the fuck? What the fuck? No. Also, if you know of any copyright-free music that you'd love to listen to, let me know so I can find it and play it for you. Oh. Yeah, X56, that's what I've got. I wonder if he's has a setup like mine though, where I've literally got 2 monitor stands now that I'm attaching my flight sticks to. They're attached. I've attached the pillars to the underneath of my glass table, from like on the metal parts of it. And yeah, so basically I can take them off, put them on, I can put them at any real height that I want. See? Change it about. Give it some like give if I want to. Oh yeah. See, I've got one widescreen. I've got I would be interested to see, because they'll do it eventually, but when they implement VR, it'd be cool as well to figure out a way to one thing I want to see is a mod for Star Citizen and Elite Dangerous, which interacts with the HTC Vive tracker modules, so that you could put those tracker modules in this, so that you can like see what you're doing at least, so you don't actually have to worry as much about like being like choosing between a flight stick or not. But yeah, it's a really fucking fun. Really fun. Like Star Citizen, like Elite Dangerous in VR is a lot of fun. Let's do this thing. My issue now, though, is that I seem to have some missing screws. Which I don't want missing screws. I don't like missing screws. No thank you to the missing screws. I'm not sure where they would have gone from between yesterday and today. Yeah, it's and it's not a mod either. It's like native. The IRL parts though aren't true VR though. So like the first person shooter elements aren't in VR, unfortunately, which I don't know why you wouldn't want that, wouldn't have that, but I don't know. Not the one developing the game, I guess. Oh, there's one in there already. Yeah. Well, that's what I want. That's what's good about it. And my only wish is that there was like as prolific a modding community as there is in Skyrim, but that's one of the things that I'm hoping for with what is it? Oh my gosh, I've forgotten it. The new Bethesda IP. Fuck. No, can't remember it. But like, when I look at that, and I think about what the Skyrim modding community has done by itself, it makes me excited for the future of space sims. Because if people get really interested in space sims like that, then it might lead to more innovation. Oh yeah, Macho Man Randy Savage. I think I met the guy that made that mod once. Either that or it was Neil Cicierega. Did you know that Terry Pratchett worked on a Skyrim mod? Terry Pratchett, the author. Oh. Yeah, what have I got left? Ah, so hard to see what screws I've done. So, yes, 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 yes. No, 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 no. I need 4 more screws, and I've got 4 more screws, yes. Yay! Now, before you say anything, yes, I know that this is on the wrong side. But that's okay. It's a hell of, that's some hella thunder, hey. You can't hear it, but there's some it is stormy outside. Oh, yes. Sandman was fucking awesome. Although, like, the self-insert, cringe main character is hilarious. The sad boy main character. You notice how he looks almost exactly the same as Neil Gaiman, right? He looks like Neil Gaiman. Like, he was always a self-insert. The sad boy. Look at a picture of Neil Gaiman and look at the actor that they got to play the Sandman. Or even look at the comics. Like I'm not throwing shade or anything, but it's obviously like, you know, like, yeah, right? Even the cartoon, even the comic looks like him. Hold on a second. Oh, for fuck's sake. Always, every time. If my audio cuts out, it's because I'm updating it. I can't remember which one it is. Yeah. Nice. That one. But again, any cool copyright-free music, let me know. It is stormy. I would pay for it if I you know, could afford to. Oh, there we go. Stuck on there. Oops. Yep. Stuck, stuck, stuck. You can see it in all its glory. Oops. Oh, that's the wrong way around. Hold on. Yeah. It's got a little bit of jig in it. It's got some jigginess, but like, you know. Woo, woo. Moving around, can even have it on an angle. Oh, yes! That's so cool. It's actually really cool. But like, obviously it's supposed to be on this side. But that's one down. Now I'm gonna like put the other one in place. Give me a second. I need to go under the... Installing all those updates now. So, like, I was thinking, I had, like, to think about how to connect it, because obviously, like, I can't connect it underneath the table like that because there's not enough, like, room between the glass panel and the metal frame. So I have to change entirely the way I do it. So to do that, I'm taking these pieces off. Always have blocks of wood handy. So this needs to come apart. Too big. Yeah, right. I'm not restarting. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Mic output. Yep. Still working. Good. Hey! Happy Puritan, Tinkerbell. I like it. A Lian Lee desk? What does that look like? I actually really fucking scored big time on this desk. Honestly, like, this desk is really fucking good. Desk case. What does that mean? Audio. Ah. Alright, hopefully you can hear the thunder now. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck yes. That's so cool. Yeah, I've thought about doing something like that. That'd be pretty easy to do, to be honest. Like, not throwing shade or anything, but like, it's basically as simple as build it as just, like, you could probably get all the parts to make your bench for a bench like that for maybe, like, I don't know, or not like the parts themselves, but it's the hardware itself that's going to be the most expensive shit out of that. Yeah, we don't need that. No. I might actually see if this is gonna help. There's a little bit of an issue that I've got here where this part is turning. So if I leave the plate on, I'm gonna see if I can leave the plate on this time and whether that'll work. So then leave the plate on like that. Oh yeah, that'll work. Hey, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Woo! So yeah, this is gonna sit like this instead now. Alright. Just wondering, is that metal? And the issue is this thing is going to be a problem. Oh shit, no. I have no fucking interest in bringing out my angle grinder. Fuck that. What I might do though, I don't have anything to saw on here. Do I don't want to use my £600, I'll hold it in that in place. Owen clamps, yeah, fuck yeah. I got all the good tools because I'm a qualified cabinet maker. Did my apprenticeship like, I think I finished my apprenticeship like 10 years ago. Holy shit. Getting old. I need a new one of these, by the way. But I'm worried that it's gonna fucking snap and go into my fucking eyes, so safety glasses. Because if you're working with damaged equipment and putting tensile strength on something like that could potentially break, then yeah. High top shocks, yeah. Rainbow ones. I'm going full on like fucking factory work in here. I'd love to stream that, making shit. Rubbish box. That's not the rubbish box, fucking hell. Do I won't slash myself a knackers? Yeah, my car become the shop floor. Fuck yeah. I could probably, it'd probably be as simple as just laying down some MDF, honestly, on top of some like rubber. You made one of these? Yep. The only thing I don't have is a panel saw. I wish I had a panel saw, but I suppose I can. If I can make a jig for my router. And I've got a drop saw, Makita, old school Japanese Makita, like Japanese made in Japan, because a lot of the newer Makita stuff isn't made in Japan for some reason. There we go. Gotta love jury rigging. Gotta love it when it works. Yes. Tool time with Shady, that's right. Alright, where are we attaching this one to? That one. Right. I'm jury rigging it. So Makita is designed in Japan, but a lot of their newer products are made in Taiwan and China, and other places, and their quality has dropped a little bit, because yeah, they've cut corners to they don't make them like they used to, basically. Like, if you can get your hands on like an old power, like if we're talking about like old power tools, like drop saws and stuff like that, if you can get your hands on like some old, the old ones that were made in Japan, they fucking just go. They're amazing. I like Makita, but I like Makita for the same reason that I like Pepsi. It's because I'm used to it. All right. Last thing that needs to happen. So I've basically turned this whole thing upside down. Is what I've done. I've turned it into an upside down clamp. Oh hells yeah, Phillips. See, I wouldn't mind Hitachi. Hitachi looks pretty cool. I mean, like, I like Makita because I've got everything Makita. Like, I've got a Makita lawnmower even. Like, I'm a fancy bitch who likes her fancy shit. Yeah. They do. Ah. All right. Let's get this sorted. Just put it on this exact same spot. I wish you could see what I'm doing. Wonder if I lift that up. You can. Oh, you can sort of see. Cool. I always use a metal block, a wooden block when I'm clamping things, especially to like hollow metal. If you spread out the pressure across a wider distance, it's less likely to do damage over the whole thing. Okay. Ah, yeah. Yeah, putting this thing underneath has stopped it from moving left and right. I'm definitely gonna have to redo the other side to incorporate that. This would be much easier to do if I took off the glass tabletop, but that would involve taking off like all of everything that's on my desk. That washers. It's burst side up so the rounded side doesn't damage what it's up against. Well, whatever the operational part of the safety is above. Okay, so washers, like I see. No one's actually taught me personally. Like, no one's ever actually gone up to me and said, all right, Lucy, this is how you're supposed to use washers. Basically, I look at what I'm trying to do and figure out what kind of thing I need to do that thing. Because these little suckers are if you want to increase tension. But if you're using a smooth washer, which is smooth on both sides, that's going to allow movement. So if we're talking burst side, you put burst side down whatever you don't want to move, effectively. Oh yeah. Come on, get in there. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, a lot of what happens, like, post when you put something together is you just use some, like, whiteout. So much of cabinet making, right, is learning how to just use random stuff at your disposal to, like, jimmy shit. So much of it, especially when you're on site, it's just jimmy shit. Gosh. Oh, that's tight. Good. Open tight. Alright. I want you. There you go. Let's have a look. See how it looks. So if I'm sitting here, like this, if I'm going to be playing a game, this is going to want to turn a little bit that way, come out a bit. But yeah, that's pretty sick, honestly. And I can have it down so I can sit further out if I want. And then fucking move it to the side if I need to use the keyboard, because that was always my annoyance, is not being able to do that. And yeah, I'm gonna call this build a success. Yeah, pretty happy about that. Only thing is, I need to some tension screws in. What are you sized at, buddy? What are you? The M5s? Is that an M fucking 5? Do you really fucking expect? Oh, you fucking thing. Oh, you fucker. It is an M5, isn't it? You pricks. No. You fucking druggo. Damn it! I don't think I have a, I don't think I have anything that's gonna fit that. Son of a bitch! Looks like an M5 to me. They've got, it's either the Australia... Oh yeah, it's a pretty cheap one. It's another control pad. Yeah, there's a control pad as well. I'm gonna be installing that as well. That's, yeah, I've got M4s and I've got M6s, but I don't have an M5. Fucking... Seriously, I'm gonna have to go down to the store to sort that out. Suppose I can clamp it temporarily, just put like maybe like a one squeeze with the Irwins to hold it in place. But hey, it works. Okay. Back in here. Also, these things are useful. I've been looking for some of those, and I think I can use it for what I wanted to do it for. Hey, Base Project, welcome back. Friend of the show, Base Project. So I suppose you have an M5, a set of M5 bolts, do you? That I can borrow? Alright, so now we need to set up the other one. I'm going to take it apart first, and, oh wait, before I do that, need to fix this one up now. But yeah, these ones are the extra strong ones. These 600p. Lol. I think I'm willing to bet you anything that you've got a little bit more than an M5 bolt, my friend. Considering this be an M4. Well, not technically not an M4. It's a 5 3/4 32, 5/32 inch, whatever the fuck that is. And this is an M6. So yeah. I'd be willing to bet that you've got a bit more than that. Yeah. Shit, you'd be bigger than a jackhammer. Just remember, if you're cutting things and you need to use your hand to hold it in place, then you should not cut it. Do not cut anything if you have to hold it in place. For fuck's sake. Like, I'm like serious now. Like, this is why people cut off hands and cut off fingers, is because they do not clamp. Right? Even me putting my foot there is fucking dangerous as fuck. You shouldn't... See this blade here? See where it's pointing? If you have flesh on the other side of that blade, then you are in danger of cutting yourself. Never forget that, and you'll never get cut. Also, what I'm doing here is I'm scoring it with very little pressure. I don't know if you've ever done a cooking course and they teach you how to cut with a knife. You always put your fingers behind it, so you never have your finger in front of it. A lot of people do this, which is dumb. Put your finger behind it, and it's okay to just do it a couple of times. I've actually I've put the blade on it so that the blades are facing that way. So every time I pull down is when it's going to actually cut. So always focus on that downward point at that point. There we go. And eventually you'll just get it through. Use gravity to your advantage. If you use gravity, then you'll last a day. If you're fighting against gravity, then you're just gonna like tire yourself out. Always put away your tools properly as well. Don't leave tension on your hacksaw. I like to put things back where they're supposed to be as soon as I finish with them, because otherwise it becomes a big mess. I should have left it clamped, but you'd be surprised by what you can cut yourself on, honestly. Even stuff like this that I'm never gonna touch again, I try and take the burr off, because like I might not be the person to have to take it apart, you know? It doesn't take long to just to make it a little bit safer for other people. Full time with Lucy. Oh yeah. Go on this side too now. Oh no! It's all messy. Gosh, that's an awful camera. My apologies. Yeah. If you're smart about what you do, if you ever feel unsafe, I don't care what workplace you're in, if you ever feel unsafe doing something, don't do it. It's not worth your life or a fucking limb. It's not. And they don't teach that. They don't like drill that into you enough, I don't think. All they do is get you to read the fucking booklets, and that's just, you know, boring. Nobody likes reading the health and safety booklets. I don't know what you call it in America. Or the UK. Oh yeah. What about a post-former, huh? Have you ever seen what a router jig can do to someone's finger, or a table router? I can't remember what they're called. I can't remember what the like actual term is for them, but it's not gonna do what I want it to do, then it's a problem. Possibility I might need to drill a larger hole, which is not going to be fun. Your galaxy brain, I've seen ogreish pictures and I have some idea, realizes the machines will obliterate flesh and bone. Yeah. Blunt machines do more damage than... Well, you're more likely to do damage to yourself if your tools are blunt. Because if you have to strain your muscles to do a task, then you're either using the wrong tool for the task, or your tools are not sharp enough or like maintained enough for the task. Because especially in the workplace, right? You're going to wear yourself out. Like trying to work like that. If you're trying to work fighting against, you know, against gravity, against your tools, and against like things which shouldn't be as hard. See like what I did there. Unfortunately, what I'm doing here is no real easy way to do it, because I'm literally just... having to use an Allen key to do 180 spins. How a circular saw works, yeah. It's pretty cool how circular saws these days have safety mechanisms built into them. But those safety mechanisms are expensive. But if your boss reckons that they're too expensive, just give them an idea of how much workers' compensation pays. Yeah, those insurance costs are much more expensive than buying a safety device for your circular saw. In the long run, you save money. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Do you know what I've found? It's I'm very skeptical of battery-powered gear like that. So much so that one time someone said, "Oh yeah, it'll be right. It'll be right. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. What are you talking about?" You know, like it's just you're just trying to cut through 6 boards of masonite at once. It'll be fine. And I said to him, like, that circular saw is going to die if I try to use it. I don't want to break your tools. I would rather use like a handsaw and take an hour, you know, like if he had if he like showed me a if he showed me a what do you call them? Like a corded one, a corded circular saw, then yeah, I'd be alright. Yeah, cool, I'll use that. But like a battery powered circular saw, it's not just the battery, it's not just that, it'll burn itself out because they just aren't designed to cut like a lot at once. And masonite is a fucking bitch. If anyone here has worked with masonite, please confirm, because yeah, it's fun. It's not fun metal to work with. Oh, not metal. Sorry, wood. It's messy. It's hard, but it makes really good soundproofing. Talk to weak blade, too small material is masonite. Yeah. I ended up cutting what was it, like 8 sheets of masonite in half by hand, like at once. Took me an hour, but all it did is make me stronger. It's good for making soundproofing, so I use masonite as the baseboard and like just foam. I make like a like a ply or pine frame for it, and stick like even like old beds that you can get on shit. Yeah, because masonite will reflect sound, and the foam will absorb it. So you face the foam side towards wherever you're recording, and the masonite to like on the other side. So the masonite's reflecting exterior sound. The foam spike. I don't know what the foam spike. Oh, it's just foam. They just call it foam. It's ABS basically. Plastic foam. Welcome to the chat room. What, did I like exit it or something? Alright. Well, now this side's attached. That's cool. Alright. Now, the issue I have with this, or the issue I had with the other one, is that this thing is designed to, you've got this piece here and this piece here. It's just designed to fit here, like that. Now, it does have a bolt on it, but it doesn't have anything to actually fix it. I mean, if you're talking about my HOTAS flight sticks, sure, why not? The issue we have is that this thing it does have a bolt in it, but, like, I don't know if you can see that very well, but, it's actually got a lip on there, so no matter what I do, or like what I found from this, is that it just doesn't, it just turns, unfortunately. So I took one of these. Which is something you put on the bottom of furniture, right? It's just like a runner to stop it from like scratching the furniture. Yeah, no, I actually moved all my gear to the front room, so I have a lot more room now to do stuff. And so yeah, this is what you do. This is what we do. This is what we do in the cabinet making community. Now, what I'm about to do, please don't do this. This is very dangerous. You should not treat tools like this. You should not treat yourself like this. This is not what you're supposed to do with things, okay? This is dangerous, what I'm about to do. Yeah, so dangerous. I'm gonna do it on 1 speed and do it on the floor. Fuck it. Fuck the floor. I like my fingers better. Almost there. Oh, I don't trust plastic. Plastic hurts when it gets in your eyes. Fuck that. So yeah, 99% of cabinet making when you're on site is figuring out ways to jimmy shit to do stuff that it's not supposed to do. This still isn't like perfect though. Fuck. Still not like big enough. Which means... Yeah, fuck that. Again, if anyone knows any like good non-copyrighted music, let me know, because this stuff is getting old. Come on. Oh. Rude. I'll do this. Again, this is not fucking safe to do. Don't do it. Don't hold the thing in your hands. If it's not clamped, then you're using the wrong tool. Come on, it's so close to going on. Come on. Oh fuck! Come on. Oh, I've got an idea. No, wait. Wait. I think I got it. I think I think it's on. A drill press, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, don't use your... flesh is not... is not strong enough. I'm so dumb. I should have done this in the first place. Shit. Come on! Why you no go on? Oh, it's so close. It's like on, but it's not. Ah, yes! So what I've done is I've forced a piece of plastic on this, which will like act as a fucking burr on both sides to stop it from, to both make the bolt lower so I can actually like put some pressure on the other side, and also stop it from moving from side to side when it's tight. Jury rigging, love it. Basically doing the same thing as what one of these washers does. What one of these washers does for the when you're like putting bolts in, is it's like creating pressure on both sides to make it basically harder to move from side to side because there's so much pressure there. Again, right now, where is my blade pointing? There's so much that can go wrong right now. This is how people get hurt, doing what I'm doing right now. Okay. It'll have a bit of give in it, but that's okay. That's okay. I can live with that. I think if I give it a bit of a tighten every day, it'll eventually get to the point where it's not going to be a problem. Because it'll take some time for that plastic to crush itself. Well, yeah. And now Nola, don't become a vegan, it's dangerous. Got him. Where's my other, there we are. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know. I've seen what cauliflower can do to a motherfucker. Oh, really? That's not stainless steel, that's aluminium, you fuck. Unless, like... Wait, can you make, like, non-magnetic steel? Or am I just tripping? Oh, what the fuck? A cauliflower made you gay. What the fuck? Come to bed and bring that cauliflower with you. You're not gonna be able to see what I'm doing with this, but it's for my computer. Yes. Yay! Okay, it doesn't work. Alright, well, fuck it. Lame! Well, it was worth a try. It was indeed worth one of those tries that they speak of. Alright. At least. See, I always back up as I go as well, because I just don't like leaving mess around. This is the other one. Definitely gonna have to turn down the tension on this. Yeah, I can do that when I take it off anyway. That's a bit better. Alright. Holy shit. Fuck that. I was having better luck with this one. At least getting him undone. The fuck? Dimensionalized souls! What the fuck? That's bullshit. Assholes. Fuckers. Phytoestrogen. Oh. Oh, yeah. Tell him to drink raw eggs instead. Fucking hell. Ah! Oh, son of a bitch. This is gonna fuck my fingers up. Why? Why are you so tight? Oh, for fuck's sake. This is fucking insane. I'm gonna end up fucking screw it, like, scraping the fucking head. Holy fuck. Don't tell me I'm moving the fucking head, but not this. Because if that's the truth, then I'm gonna be a little peeved. Fuck. I'm giving up on that screw. That screw can fuck off until I'm back later. These screws are fucked. What the fuck? Can't put my fucking screwdriver in it. Holy fuck. What am I gonna do? Screws are hella fucking fucked. I got one! I got one! One of them's coming out! Fuck yeah! Ow! Oh, this hurts my fingers. My fingers are in pain right now. Oh, you fucker! Ow. Son of a bitch. same year on the same day at the same hospital, 30 minutes apart. That's insane. Come on, get the rest of you out. Why are you so tied in there? Got it. Oh, this one wasn't that hard because I had like a screwdriver with some fucking grip in it. This is just. I'm gonna have no fingerprints at the end of this, basically. Oh yeah, feel free if you have any reacts or anything as well. I'm happy to react to stuff while I'm doing this. Fuck! Ow! 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 Ah! Far out. I think they made that one to be taken apart, but this one not to be taken apart. You know what I mean? Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You well? Yeah? I think Done Randomly has put some stuff in there as well. Hold on. I don't even have it open. Damn it. Oh shit, tons. Hey, well, I'm gonna work my way back. Alright, where's Nola? Nola! Careful, this is racist here. Huh? Oh, you mean the kebab eating guy? I think I already looked at that one, didn't I? Oh wait, do you mean in Discord, in your Discord? Huh. Useful links, maybe? Ah! Ooh! Haha, yeah, like, this sounds good. Oh no, I haven't seen it already, but it looks good.
Well, internet. Looks like I'm back
That guy's moustache and the way he looks at the camera.
again, doing another one of these videos. I could be making content about how leftists can start organizing, or
holy shit! Holy shit! This guy is bearded Harry Potter. Tell me he's
more
not.
stuff about unions, or you know, how to get involved with direct action. But of course, the algorithm doesn't like that stuff. It loves stuff like this, drama, nonsense.
Yep.
And it's all because of a group of guys that monopolize the online left-wing politics space, are increasingly ineffectual, perpetuate harmful behavior.
Are they still that popular though? Like they kind of dropped off. I don't know whether it's the algorithm has been pushing me away from it, but like when it comes to me and the stuff that I watch, I'm getting much more cool shit from like the like, you know, FD Signifier, T1J, I can't, boy, I can't pronounce her first name off the top of my head because like I can't even remember how it's spelled. It's Khadija Mboy, for a man from a foreign land. Like all of these fucking awesome content like creators are just like blowing up. And oh, there's another guy. We out here. All I can remember is his closing line. We out here. Makes fantastic shorts as well. But like, I don't know. I'm not getting. I am purposefully not clicking on anything from Vorsh or Zanderhall or Hunter or any of these pricks. So that's might be why I'm not getting any of it. Just balls knee deep in chocolate because fucking I know enough about white shit. I need to learn about black shit to teach other white people how fucked we are, you know? Like there's a reason I pay attention to that stuff, and it's so that I can educate myself enough so that like black people don't have to. You know what I mean? Like, why is it always black people's responsibility to educate white people on these issues? That's my question. That's my issue, right? But then again, I do love a bit of drama. Let's get back to it.
And haven't actually done that much to change that scene since Gamergate. That's right, gang. We're doing another video about Debate Bros. This time, we're talking about Zanderhall and how he is not your ally.
No shit.
Zanderhall. Most people know him as the cheeky young Debate Bro regular guy who likes to smunk.
And going along with what they're saying, but not actually.
Or from his alt-right pipeline video where he congratulates himself on not being a fascist anymore. What a cool and normal thing to be proud of. Well done for doing the bare minimum, bro. If you're on the left that doesn't really follow the debate scene, you're probably wondering what all the fuss is about. But if you're into the debate scene, you'll probably know him as Wannabe Vorsh, as this is what most debate fans have been calling him for the last few years. People call him things like the Zoomer version of Vorsh, or that he's copying Vorsh's style, which is hilarious, to be honest, because Vorsh copied Destiny's style, and Destiny copied the modern debate format, and they copied the Greco-Roman debate format. I digress a little bit, but you see what I'm saying here. This is a bit of an obtuse thing to criticize him for. Zanderhall is also seemingly surrounded by a bunch of controversial drama that is more often than not true for every debate bro on the internet, and a lot of it is concerning and makes you wonder at all why people think he's even a based dude. So with all that in mind, why do people actually like him? Now, I know some of you are not going to want to hear this, but we have to address the facts here. And that is that when you scroll through Zanderhall's YouTube page, there is actually a lot of cool leftist stuff on there. See, he's making videos here about how Trump is bad, he's sticking up for trans people a lot, and that's all good. People around his age or even a bit older are probably going to see themselves in him a little bit and maybe even see him as a bit of a role model for getting into politics, especially if they're already kind of skewed to the left. He's got a good stream personality, he interacts with chat a lot, and he's generally entertaining in an above average way. He's gained a big following since making content like this, and yes, I know you are going to get more views and subscribers based on bigger content creators that you associate with. I know that from my own experience, however, you can't deny that Zanderhall, well, he knows how to content create. He is an influencer who has a brand and whatnot. However, you'd be right in thinking that amongst these thumbnails, something just doesn't feel quite right. The more and more you scroll, the more and more you start to see things like this. Yeah, like Twitter discourse could be a bit myopic and wrong, but why are you focusing on this? Okay, that one's a little bit extra. I don't know what that's all about. Oh, okay, he's just made a video in bad faith about one of my friends. Oh, and there's another one.
Wait. Okay. So, like, what is the discourse around Bad Bunny, though? Like, isn't, like, from what I've heard, Bad Bunny is exactly the fucking same as Zanderhall. Like, is that not, like, true? She's just, like, one of those, oh, I used to be the alt-right, used to be a fash sort of thing. Oh, yep, that's gonna blister.
She's just, like, obsessed with drama and...
debunking the allegations.
This is fucked up. What is this guy's purpose on this platform? Is he a leftist? Or is he just a leftist some of the time and a piece of shit whenever it suits him? Zanderhall prides himself on debating people who disagree with him on anything in the marketplace of ideas, and he doesn't limit the people he platforms in order to protect his user base. Oh no, he loves debating fascists, especially about the human rights of the people that he claims to support. But why? If he's a leftist, surely he knows that platforming people with strict ideologies becomes more of a battle to convert the opposing person's audience, but actually you've achieved nothing because the supporters of your point of view stay the same and the supporters of your opponent stay the same. But
the new impressionable viewers that haven't been exposed to either ideology have now been exposed to a violent ideology that will influence them easier and easier depending on their material conditions and prior exposure to fascist ideology in our culture and media that permeates every single ounce of it.
hey everyone, it's Mule here. What Mule has forgotten is that there are probably a lot of people watching this video who don't understand why the platforming of bad ideas is bad. Debate bros have been taking up space in the online left for some time now, and a lot of their content focuses on debating fascists or conservatives on whether trans people should exist or whether there is actually a white genocide happening. Their entire modus operandi seems to be that we need to convert people who think differently to us. They're obsessed with this idea, even though it was proven wrong 100 years ago by Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, who said this. Why should we bother to reply to Kautsky? He would reply to us, and we would have to reply to his reply. There's no end to that. It will be quite enough for us to announce that Kautsky is a traitor to the working class, and everyone will understand everything. And of course, multiple real instances of people that these nerds have debated who have remained steadfast in their fascist opinions. So there you have it. Now you're briefed on the debate person, the type of leftist who simply thrives on drama and doesn't give one iota of shits as to whether people are actually doing on-the-ground organizing, activism, or doing anything progressive at all. They love leftism as an aesthetic, as it were. Anyway, back to Mule.
Fascist. Debate fascist or lib. What's the difference? From my perspective. See, like, here's the thing though, like, I can see why a smaller leftist content creator would, you know, rise up through the ranks, so to speak, of, you know, debate bro things, which is what I do as well. I try to get into debates with like right-wing fash, but I'm not there to change minds. I'm there I'm there to like increase my clout and also to like make entertaining content for people. Like I don't want to pretend like these people, like what I'm doing is some sort of fucking amazing like gift to humanity. I'm just an entertainer at the end of the day. I'm an artist. I am a comedian, as it were. Debate content online is not praxis, it is entertainment, and like you might like learn more about particular topics if you're already, you know, predisposed to thinking a certain way about something. But at the end of the day, it's not going to... Is that coming out? You're not going to, like... Yeah, it came out. How many more do I need to do? Holy shit. 6, 7, 8. 9. There's 9. I have to do 9 of these fucking things.
Thanks, Mule. So the question remains, does Zanderhol know that platforming fascists goes against everything that leftists stand for? How many fascists has he de-radicalized? Something that's important to point out is that the de-radicalization of fascists is a very real discussion that leftists are going to have at some point, as Nazi views and ideology have the possibility to outlast the potential revolution or global shift towards more radically left-wing politics. What I do know of this kind of action that exists so far is that it's undertaken mainly by charities like Hope Not Hate, who tend to infiltrate telegram groups of fascists like the BNP or the EDL in the UK, who create disorder and sow dissent amongst the rank and file fash and the movements who are losing faith in them due to the fact that they're not really addressing their material conditions and seem to be focused on something that is more of a losing battle. What is certainly not effective is nerds on the internet debating them, especially when those nerds every now and then let their mask slip a little bit and repeat the same fascist talking points they've been arguing against.
Yeah.
No, as you can see here, the debate lord Zanderhol tends to actually just focus on drama, which is annoying because you can see from some of his other videos, he's right about some stuff, which is good. But then, why does he focus on myopic things like people on Twitter not agreeing with him? Why does he use words like woke scold and cry bully? What do those words even mean? Another thing to be aware.
Well, all those words, there is a term for those words. Debate lords and debate pervertry. Pervertry? That sounds weird. I don't know if I like that one. That one doesn't exactly roll off the tongue. But yeah, like, these people act as though what they're doing is some sort of public service, when really all they're doing is just creating content and making money off of leftist ideals. Like, this is their job. Capitalism has created a market out of fake leftist praxis. At the end of the day, it's like the reason why leftism never wins. If you're trying to create incremental change within a system, like, you eventually like become dependent on the system, as your leftist movement becomes dependent on the system and will collapse if the capitalist system collapses as well. So you have you're incentivized basically to continue on with this sort of like ridiculous path.
Aware of when looking at debate bros is their takes. Sometimes their takes are so bizarre that they make no sense whatsoever. For example, this video where Xanderhall clickbaits you into all hell with the title, "My Controversial Take on Platforming Joe Rogan." His hot take is that Joe Rogan is an irresponsible platformer, but shouldn't lose his platform because he's a good interviewer. Now, for a start, Joe Rogan is not a good interviewer. He's a stoner that sits there and goes,
"Hey, you ever seen a chimp pilot a jet on DMT?"
And if he's irresponsible at platforming people, why then should he keep his platform? I think one of the funniest and most telling things about this video in particular is that Xanderhall is sat there in a Shadow the Hedgehog onesie. You know, Shadow the Hedgehog, the ambivalent, cool, and edgy character from the Sonic the Hedgehog series that doesn't really care about good or evil. He's too cool for that shit. Whilst Xanderhall is sat there being ambivalent and edgy and not really caring about good or evil because he's too cool for that shit. So anyway, why has he said this? What's the point?
Joe Rogan had this like one like actual like
Hey, I'm well.
like an actual physicist or something on his show. Like, this is a smart guy that's being interviewed here that I wish I could talk to, because I have a million questions I would ask this guy if I could just talk to him directly. But Joe Rogan literally asked every question I would have asked. And by the end of that episode of his podcast, I don't think there would be any questions I'd have left to ask that guy.
That fucking tells me that should just be the video. Like, if you want to understand Xanderhall as a person, like that's like him saying that Joe Rogan asked all of the questions that he would have asked. Yeah. Let's come on. Get out. Get out. Get out. Yes. Alright, how many more have I got to go? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more! Ow, and my finger's fucking hurting so badly.
Oh. Bro, you're a 23-year-old edgelord that got famous too quick. You're not a good interviewer either. He goes on to say that Rogan's interview with Daryl A. Davis, the black blues and R&B musician who converted KKK members and de-radicalized them, was really good, and he was immersed in listening to the story, but that's nothing to do with Joe Rogan. You can go and listen to Daryl A. Davis's story from multiple other sources. We don't need a brain force chugging, steroid smacking moron to show us this, you know? Also, I am an ex-fan of the Joe Rogan experience, and in all the episodes that I watched, and I did watch a lot of Joe Rogan, most of the time Joe just kind of sits there and goes, huh, wow, huh, yeah, whoa. If Joe Rogan's a good interviewer, I'm literally the most best video essayist of all time on the internet. And I know I'm
Yeah,
not.
hells yeah.
So Xander Hall, after blathering on for 2 minutes, not really saying anything of value, decides that if the left banned Joe Rogan from Spotify, that would be political suicide. Now, what does he mean by that? Well, I'll tell you what he means. These debate nerds are always talking about optics.
What is this
They're
about,
always saying
like...
that lefties...
This is what I don't understand. It's like, if the left abandoned Joe Rogan, what are you talking about? What does that even mean? Like, seriously, can someone explain to me what that means? Like, what is don't agree, disagree, just good to contact the platform. Yeah, absolutely. Like, yeah. Hey, he's rather small, isn't he? Man. It's 5.8k subscribers. It's really good content. But yeah, you should all jump into, like, should all you know, subscribe and like and, you know, support this creator, because this guy's pretty based. Although interesting, like, the Bad Bunny stuff is interesting. Like, all I've heard from Bad Bunny is just cringe shit. So I don't know. But obviously, like, guilt by association isn't really my thing. Come on, get out! Get out! Why? Why you no come out? Why you no come out? Fine, stay in there then. See if I care. Oh yeah. No. Nope, that's not gonna work. No. I want to continue.
Too much for the average voter. And that's why they focus on myopic issues that, like, maybe 5 people have spoken about on twitter.com. You know, after they've had baby's first political take and they aren't actually big talking points in the broader left. You see, what they're trying to do is shame lefties into being more palatable to the center-left powers in electoral politics. Not once have these nerds considered that most lefties have abandoned electoral politics in favor of direct action and organizing. Because, you know, we're smart. But it always comes back to this optics shit. Like, we should care about what conservatives and fascists think about us. If it's the left's fault that Joe Rogan gets taken off Spotify and Nazis are frothing at the mouth, why should I care? I would simply...
Okay, it's okay. I need to like put this out at the, like, really debunk this shit right here and now. Leftists are not going to get rid of Joe Rogan. Y'all tripping if you think that is a thing? Man, you fuck. Get out of there. Get out. Fine. I'll get you out eventually. Shit, there's more up here. Like, exactly, like, capitalism will decide when Joe Rogan becomes useless to it. Like, it's so fucking weird. They think they think the left is a monolith. B, they think they have any fucking influence over the average leftist. And C, like, think that having an effect on what is effectively a corporate process of exploitation is going to have any sort of effect. It's just ridiculous at the end of the day. You yourself got rid of over 100%. Oh, okay. Nola, very true. This is true. But did it do that because it was Did Spotify do that because they realized that leftism is the way to go? Or did they do that because they thought that they would lose money if they didn't do it? At the end of the day, it's still a capitalist reason. Oh, for fuck's sake! Some of these are really fucking stuck in there, eh?
You have a celebratory wank. But no, the reason that they talk about optics all the time is because they think that you can win fascists over to our side with good optics. You're starting to see how this is all a circle, gang? Debate Nazis, have good optics, destroy other lefties who have bad optics. So let's get into that last part.
True.
In this video, Xanderhal talks about his editor, Cherrybread TV, who did a tweet about a bunch of online slang used by queer people, specifically trans people. He then goes on to say that the cancellation that they received for this was outrageous and people lost their minds over it, which he then uses to catapult himself into a rant about how all LGBTQIA+ people online, specifically those that criticize Vosh and other debate bros, are mentally ill and abuse victims, and for some reason need online internet points to feel good about themselves. It's extremely fucked up and just more evidence that whenever him and any of his debate bro friends use the term woke scold, what they actually mean is person that is holding me to account. Guess this is my big woke scold moment, eh?
Zanny boy.
Oh, fucking
So
hell, this
huge
is
thing to
so
point out here,
painful.
claiming that all
actually hurting me.
LGBTQIA+ people are victims of abuse is a huge right-wing conservative talking point, and it's actually the basis for conversion therapy. Conversion therapists tend to point out people's abuse as a reason for them being queer. Not enough attention from daddy? Well, you became gay to get attention from other men. Not enough attention from mum? Well, you became gay to fill the feminine-shaped hole in your life. Not all queer people are victims of abuse, and not all victims of abuse are queer. It's a huge false cause fallacy. You know, correlation is not causation. There's a lot more extremely telling points in this video, so I'm just gonna list all of them off real quick. Xanderhal says at the start of this video that his editor is a quote-unquote bit of a memer, and then immediately talks about how the meme they posted is how, quote, the trans community online is toxic and gatekeepy, which is all in all true for most communities online. It's just interesting how painting this as exclusively a trans problem is his main aim here. It's transphobic. If you're wondering what the problem with that is, it's that it's transphobic. His editor said to him, apparently, I might get cancelled for this, and his response is basically, who cares, Lamau? In their post regarding their apparent cancellation, his...
What the fuck is this shit? The fuck is this shit? Like in this tweet, I drop an FB bomb, big one, hard Y, like femboy. I did this to show my interlocutors that their language doesn't impress me and their slurs don't frighten or disarm me. You can see from their reactions that it worked. They were clearly taken aback. Boy mode of femboys who take estrogen are more trans than parsoids. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Parsoids that don't take any kind of HRT. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This whole tweet is like, I don't care about the femboy shit. Like, the whole tweet is transphobic. It's saying it's like, it's literally just shitting on people for the sake of shitting on them. Ah, for fuck's sake. Is that even, like, attached to anything? Fuck. What else do I need to do? How many more are there? There's 1, 2 on the side. That one's all gone. I think there's just one more to go. Fuck. Yes.
His editor references Vorsh's post that he used as an explanation of using the tactical N-word. And for those...
That's a subjective judgment. Yeah, damn right, it's subjective. All of your judgments are subjective. You can't have an objective judgment. That's impossible.
Those of you who are blessed enough to not know what this is a situation where Vorsh, in a debate with a fascist, just said the N-word with the hard R, literally just as a tactic to get shock and loads of views and controversy. Yep, and this is something that Xanderhal classifies as a good meme. He also references Vorsh's rant about queer people online, which was extremely queerphobic, again, because of what I mentioned previously about attaching toxic online behaviors to one marginalized demographic. It's super annoying because, yes, some people are toxic online, but just log off. You don't have to see those people. This isn't a huge thing to worry about for most people, but
you can log off?
that Xanderhal's actually talking about here are just people that disagree with him, and he can't have that. Oh no, God forbid. He starts to say that the way to solve this problem is to make sure that there are less transphobic and queerphobic parents out there, kind of trying to reinforce the fact that his de-radicalization is the solution to a lot of problems.
I was actually thinking of going on to the
he should reflect on some of the more problematic aspects of his behavior
that anti-Vorsh subreddit
point out. Now, I'd be lying if I said that people didn't go too far online. Absolutely they do. I've seen hundreds and thousands of baby's first political opinion, and people who really go ham and puritanical on issues that aren't really that much of an issue once you put them under a close analysis. But if I thought that people doing that was a problem, I'd be doing a video about them and not debate bros. It's good that people are exploring the boundaries of our language and how the roots of certain words can be harming people and how certain attitudes and behaviors need to be changed. It shows that our culture is evolving into one that's based on love and compassion rather than hateful exclusion. And it can also show that we have a long way to go when it comes to people resorting to puritanical, Protestant, colonialist rhetoric when trying to change people's minds about things. But that's all by the by. There's one thing that's extra telling in this video. He says that woke scolds need to be de-radicalized in the same way that Nazis do.
And this is the interesting thing. Go to like Destiny's forums, right, and look at how many people say that they were de-radicalized from the woke scold left, versus how many people are saying they were de-radicalized from the alt-right. You know, like that. This is the issue here. It's like people are saying that they're converting like making people less leftist isn't a good thing. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! It's so close! So close! Why are you not? Just let me open it. I'm so close to getting this done. Oh my gosh.
So what does that tell us about Xanderhal? So if you're a Xan fan and you've made it this far in the video, I gotta say kudos, because most Debate Bro fans don't really watch the video and simply react to things out of context and then claim that I'm doing the same thing, despite the hours and hours and hours of content that I've watched from your special boy. And some of you are sat there saying, well, no, Xanderhal is not a lib. He's not a centrist. What do you mean? He's progressive. He's a leftist. All right. Calm down. We're gonna get into it. Just grab a nice drink, some snackies, maybe play your favorite Vibby game while you're watching this video, and we're gonna get into it. Scrolling through Xanderhal's YouTube page, you'll notice that there is...
Well, alt-right is a radicalizing force. Yeah. It seems like that someone saying that the left needs to be de-radicalized is kind of not like a leftist. It sounds like that person is a big brain centrist at the end of the day, and not like someone who believes in actual leftist values or ideals. Oh, this hurts a lot.
A lot about his actual views when it comes to material conditions or class consciousness. A lot of his left-wing content is based on civil and human rights, which he kind of shits all over when he does his woke scold content. So let's go right back to his first video that got a ton of views, how I almost became alt-right. He starts off by saying he never really went into politics and had a fairly progressive mom who taught him why it's wrong to be racist, misogynist,
this is definitely not supposed to be,
and that he was super disappointed in the USA and Americans in general when Trump got elected, because even he could see that Trump was a bad guy. He then talks about his de-radicalization through YouTube content. It's so weird listening to this because it's almost like he's talking about himself when he talks about Chris Raygun, who he describes introduced him to alt-right content. He says that Chris described himself as center-left and did a lot of content about how feminism was obsolete in the USA in 2016. Obviously, Xanderhal doesn't do content like that, but he does do content that attacks people that are too left-wing for him or annoy him personally. A lot of similarities, you know? The video is very short, so I'd encourage you to watch it yourself, but the long and short of it is that he went further down the pipeline until Charlottesville and the murder of Heather Heyer, and then he saw that that shit was actually really bad and wrong, so he started to lose faith in it. He then talks about how Destiny pulled him out of the alt-right pipeline.
Oh no,
For those of you that are somehow
Destiny!
blissfully unaware of Density, here is a quick recap. He started making content on Twitch when it was still Justin.tv. He did like StarCraft 2 matches, and he started doing debate content around 2016.
hey!
Destiny apparently referred to himself as a
Monkey Gamer from the
libertarian before this,
moon, welcome
but then called
back.
himself a liberal when he heard another streamer call another streamer the F word. Anyway, in Destiny's debate content, he did a lot of arguing against white supremacists and alt-right figures.
That really hurt.
But now, here's the key thing about this. He kind of always did this from the center ground. Destiny has also admitted to using slurs in private and has defended this, in fact, in multiple debates. He's never been a communist or a socialist or an anarchist and has in fact argued against those ideologies from a capitalist viewpoint for a long, long time. In fact, Destiny is quoted as saying this about the George Floyd uprisings.
The rioting needs to fucking stop. And if that means like white redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think that they can torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my fucking blessing, because holy shit, this fucking shit needs to stop. It needed to stop a long time ago.
So yeah, this is the
Yeah,
guy
I remember that one.
saved Xanderhal. Neoliberal politics are inherently like this. They say, yes, you can have your rights as long as you shut the fuck up about your queerness, shut the fuck up about your blackness, and do your job until you die in poverty like the wage slave that you are.
Keep your head down. Don't fucking argue. Stay in your place. Like, you really hear that from Vorsh a lot. Whenever a black person disagrees with him, is like, yeah, I took that personally. It's like, black person disagrees with Vorsh. Is this white genocide? Basically, that is Vorsh. That is Vorsh to a fucking to a fucking T.
Do not question the machine. You are part of the machine.
What's
Oh,
hilarious
yeah, he
about
has.
this, and the
Oh,
reason
he-
that I'm bringing this up, is because this is exactly where Xanderhal sits nowadays. Albeit slightly to the left of Destiny, he does argue in support of trans rights and Black Lives Matter. In a follow-up to this video in the much longer How I Fell Down the Alt-Right
no.
Pipeline and Escaped, he immediately starts by saying,
I also wasn't even a leftist when I made those videos. I was still identifying as what I now know to be a neoliberal.
and then claims to have become more progressive, but only really says that he's a leftist and doesn't really go on much from there. He does say that apparently he was planning to read The Conquest of Bread live on stream, but I can't find that on his channel anywhere. So it's likely that he read a bit of it, thought it was going to be too boring, and sacked the idea off. Which is actually fair enough, because I think that reading theory on a live stream is extremely boring content, and I definitely would not be down for that. But it does
That's
kinda
why you
show that
gotta
he's not
do it
really
naked.
interested in that stuff, and the vast majority of his other content clearly shows a lack of understanding about how the working class struggle intersects with the civil rights that he supports. What's also interesting to point out is that while Xanderhal says that Destiny saved him from the alt-right pipeline, Xanderhal doesn't appear to have actually ever been debated
FT
on
signified
alt-right
it.
views.
FT
He simply
signifier
saw
is
an
fucking
example of
based.
right-wing views being torn to shreds in the form of Destiny debating a white supremacist. The major difference between this and other forms of de-radicalization is that it simply made him not a Nazi. It didn't make him a communist, an anarchist, or even a socialist. The more and more that Xanderhal gushes about Destiny, it becomes clearer and clearer that he has a deep love for the guy, and that he wants to emulate him in every way. He says that the edginess of Destiny made him think he was cool, and he made a lot of friends in Destiny's Discord server. Now, the next part is extremely interesting. He talks about our schoolboy Sean's video, The Fate of the Frogmen. A video in which Sean talks about the online alt-right and their slow, sad march into irrelevance. And Xan the man says that this was the moment that he truly understood what had happened to him. Basically admitting that Sean, a video essayist, made him really understand what had happened to him, versus watching the debate with Destiny, which simply made him stop being a full-on Sieg-heiling Nazi. It's interesting that he talks about learning social structures and disavowing
Karl Marx
capitalism,
rating on
but a lot of his
OnlyFans, fuck
content
yeah.
just really isn't about that. One of the most important things to happen over the last year for a lot of leftists is the wave of unionization that's happened across the US and the world. If Xanderhall was covering a lot of this, that'd mean a lot of people learning about a lot of good stuff. He's got one video that's 18 minutes of him covering the Staten Island warehouse unionization, but it's got woefully low views. Hell, I know the feels on that one. My union video and activism content performs terribly. But let's talk about his Joe Biden support. It's so interesting that in this video, quote, "Why I'm not Bernie or bust and you shouldn't be either," Xanderhall talks about how he loves Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden is a creepy old man who has rape allegations against him. But more recently, he just unironically tweets and retweets Joe Biden's Twitter or pro-Democrat stuff. Xan in this video also talks about how Ruth Bader Ginsburg and how if she dies while Trump is in office, then women's rights, trans rights, and other civil rights are all on the chopping block. Funny then how all that still kind of happened, but he still supports Joe Biden and the Democrats. He focuses in this video a lot about harm reduction.
It's a fucking good point, isn't it?
It happened under Joe Biden and the Democrats. And Xanderhall used his platform to tell people that Bernie or bust is a bad thing. Okay, I get it. Not voting for a Democrat in 2020 would have been a disaster. But you didn't need to go full pro-Democrat either. Nuance is a thing, and critical support is a thing. The main thing to take away from Xanderhall in this video is this.
Revolution isn't happening in the foreseeable future. All we can do at this current moment is work within our current electoral system. Anybody who's still Bernie or bust at this point, there's no changing their minds. Fuck them, okay? They don't give a shit about minorities or anybody in this country.
What a fucking lib.
Whose life is
Don't
on the
make me
line.
being dog shit out of this influencers.
This is
in the
such a
ring.
reductive take. And
You have to
again,
be an
he's been proven
influencer
wrong by the
first.
fact that said minorities have suffered under Biden, as we previously discussed.
I honestly wouldn't mind going back into kickboxing to get into the ring. Fuck off with that boxing bullshit. Destiny, get in the ring with me, do some MMA. Let's do some bare knuckle fucking shit, mate.
So the question here is this. If Xanderhall loves Bernie so much, why is he so willing to claim that the majority of people who support Bernie don't care about marginalized people's rights? So my theory is this. As we said before, when Xanderhall said he lost a lot of faith in America after Trump was elected, he sees that as the catalyst for him going down the pipeline. So for him, beating Trump is paramount in that election because he sees his radicalization as Trump's fault. Which is true as far as we can tell. Steve Bannon, who I've talked about on the channel before, was a bigwig in Trump's campaign and literally wanted to radicalize gamers to the far right. However,
No, I want to fucking grapple.
Bernie or busters have a point, or
No,
that
boxing
even
isn't
Bernie or
bullshit.
busters do care.
I just
about
like
marginalized
grappling
people,
more.
Is that Trump gets beat
a
in the
preference.
election. To Xanderhall, this is a cathartic thing that he needs, and to be fair, it actually was for a lot of Americans and people around the world. Especially people in a similar position to Xanderhall who got radicalized by alt-right beliefs
I want to be able to
and
kick
then
people in the
realized that they'd been
shins.
taken for a ride. It's kind of like revenge for them, if you will. See now, what happens with revenge is that you become a bit blinkered and you lose sight of the bigger picture. Neoliberals are actually primed for this kind of worldview. You know, it's the I'm alright Jack mentality. Also a bit of a...
Yeah, it's like also that mentality that some people with trauma get after they move past their or they think they've moved past their trauma, and they get hypercritical of other people who are still going through the same trauma that took them years to like deal with, and they forget about the journey that they went through to get there, and they to put your ass in their face. Fuck yeah!
I just want to point out in this video he says this.
Nuking Japan was justified, though. It's sort of like a hard discussion, but yeah. From
Whoa! Whoa! What a fucking lib! What the fuck? Nuking today I learned nuking Japan was a fucking good thing. What the actual fuck? Touche, Monkey Gamer from the Moon.
Arguments. It does seem like it, like the good does outweigh the bad, and it's like the train. It's like the trolley problem. You know, it's a really.
Oh, what the
situation. We're not
fuck?
gonna talk about that right now.
What the fuck? The trolley Holy shit! Holy shit! Not only surrendered, but tried to surrender like multiple times, and then Russia was just like, "Hey, yo, America, stop. Like, don't. Wow. Oh my gosh. What is it? Oh, that's right. Doing it the wrong way around. Yeah. Fucking hell.
What? Zanderhol then goes on to talk about all the bad things that are going to happen if Trump
Holy
gets
shit.
re-elected. Such as... The US will slip further into fascism. Roe v. Wade will get overturned. The attacks on LGBTQIA+ people will increase and continue. He also focuses on COVID-19, saying that it will continue to ravage the US unchecked.
Oh, and Biden fucking fixed all of that, didn't he? Wait. Oh.
Let's take a look at what happened under Biden. The US has slipped further into fascism. Roe v. Wade has been overturned. Attacks on LGBTQIA+ people have increased and continued. COVID-19 is still ravaging the US. Unchecked.
CGR7. SGR.
What's really interesting about Zanderhol and his ilk is that they are obsessed with electoral politics and seem to see it as the be-all and end-all despite identifying themselves as leftists and in some cases anarchists. From a more critical point of view in which you can easily observe and analyze electoral politics to be milquetoast in achieving anything good at best, we understand that the most important thing to do, especially nowadays, is to organize, create instances of direct action and mutual aid in order to remove dependence on the state, build dual power, and eventually sever all ties with those who claim to govern us. This is the way. While Zan did indeed cover the unionization of the Amazon warehouse on Staten Island, this seems to be the only bit of his content that covers action of the attack on the state, build dual power, and eventually sever all ties with those who claim to govern us.
That's not going to work. But, like, it's not going to work in the long run, but, like, 100% behind doing it. Like, that's a best case scenario sort of situation. That I'm all for, but like I don't think that it will be successful. I do believe that I don't believe that Capital will allow that to happen. Like that Capital didn't even let like black people have money. Right? Capital never and still doesn't allow black people to accrue wealth. So yeah. Acting as though we can create a dual power structure while you have America existing. I'm sorry, I don't fucking believe. Yeah, it still doesn't allow them to have money. Like, I don't believe that. I don't see that as a possibility per se. I don't think that that's like possible, unfortunately. It may be doomer of me, but like, yeah, that's that's where I stand on it. I don't think that that's a possibility to consider.
This is the way. While Zan did indeed cover the unionization of the Amazon warehouse on Staten Island, this seems to be the only bit of his content that covers any kind of dual power structures at all. And to be honest, I think this is why Zanderhol and his community have such a hard time listening to marginalized people who criticize him, because his content is focused on working within the system, trying to change said system from within. Kind of like a guy who joins the police force to try and make it better. And just like said cop, you either end up getting bullied out of the force or becoming the thing that you hate. So, I want to preface this segment with this. I'm going to be talking about one of my best friends, Sophie from Mars. She is one of my favorite people. She's one of my co-hosts on Red Planet.
I forgot to cut the screws.
She has helped me build my channel to what it is today. She reinvigorated my love of all things based, and her eloquent commentary on the state of the world and what needs to be done today in order to improve the lives of people has inspired me to do the activism that I am involved with today. So in short, really cool. I'm biased. However, I'm well aware that bad faith actors won't care either way, so of course I'm going to be biased as fuck in defending my friends. Fuck you. It's rad and cool and good actually to be biased and defend your friends. Also, I think the main thing to point out, in case you didn't figure it out already, is that I'm extremely biased against debate bros anyway. So if your main criticism of this video is that I'm biased, then, well, duh. It's actually cool to be biased against things that are bad. Also, it's one letter away from
Beast.
Xanderhall made a video earlier this year in May. It's called Lefty YouTuber Sophie from Mars is a lying joke. Now, I don't know why he didn't put any spaces in Sophie's name there. Just a bit weird, but let's move on. Now, the first thing I want to draw your attention to is how many views this video got. It's over 30,000, and his videos where he talks about unions is at a measly 4K. And I want you to remember this before we get into this segment. Every piece of content that Xanderhall makes where he is attacking a marginalized person, be it a woman, a trans person, a black person, gets so many more views than any of his other content. His followers fucking love drama. Now, this video sucks for many reasons, but let's just have a look at the comments before we watch the video. And there's a reason that I'm doing this, and I'll tell you in a bit. Jesus fucking Christ, the aggression in her tweet. I don't see how people cannot see through such relentless, extreme language. It's a red flag, and I think there's a word for it, but I can't think of it. Oh well. She couldn't...
Why do they fucking tone police us minorities, right? And not, like... let's say like trans people, for example. They tone police trans people, and I know this happens a lot more with black people as well. I know this happens more, so don't think I've forgotten about that. But like, why do they tone police us so much and then turn around and act all fucking like shocked and like upset when we call them out for their bullshit? You know what I mean? Cat Black versus... yeah, fucking hell. But, yeah, fucking hell. Like, they tone police us, and then when we say shit like, hey, can you not, like, be a misogynistic prick when defending us? Like, suddenly we're tone policing them, and, you know, tactical N-words are cool and based and shit. I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, you say what... So basically, it's only okay to be, like... aggressive if you are a cishet white man. Like, this is what I'm hearing. Because otherwise we get tone policed, and that's bullshit. I think that's fucking bullshit. I really wish I could put something bigger into this fucking thing, because this is frustrating.
Just casually hate Vosh. It needs to be a great danger for everyone. Literally worst person ever. Which is wild, coming from someone who made video on Proud Boys. Okay, this one's funny as fuck to begin with, implying that there is aggression in a tweet. The reply is also extra funny because it's like, oh, you know, she's calling out someone who made video on Proud Boys. We don't even know the context of the video. It could be a video, like, saying that the Proud Boys are good.
It feels a bit disheartening to think of what little chance people give you. But please remember that you're so important and significant that they already have an opinion on you, while at the same time, they're not even known really outside their circle.
Okay, this is super cringe. Calling Xanderhall important and significant, and then to imply that Sophie's a nobody? Can you not understand numbers? Like, can you not see the difference here? I genuinely don't understand some of this stuff. I imagine Sophie's motivated reasoning is plain to see for most people who are being even slightly critical, so these angry Twitter rants aren't going to be particularly convincing for most. The audience for these tweets has to just be other people who hate Vosh, Xanderhall, etc., which is bizarre. This cottage industry seems organic, because I think most of its contributors seem genuine, but it's functionally the same kind of astroturf entity which artificially gets created in other political online spaces all the time. So I wouldn't rule it out. There can't be much money in the anti-orbiter industrial complex, so I just can't see why anyone would participate in it for business reasons. But they do seem determined to make an anti-Vosh Zan the new meta. I don't think it has much chance of success, though. Oh boy, where to start with that one? But I'm not really here to debate these comments. I'm just kind of here to show what kind of a picture is being painted about my friend. So let's move on. A lot of essayists just seem to viscerally hate streamers as a group at a level that strikes me as bizarre and unwarranted. What's the dealio? Okay, does this motherfucker know that there are more streamers than Xanderhall and Vosh? Sophie's, as I said, one of my best friends, and I've been a political streamer for most of my content creation career. There are also plenty of other leftist Twitch streamers who do not do debate content. Like, what are you talking about? I think it's honestly the Twitter anti-gaff culture. You get a lot of engagement for actually comments, and less talented video essayists thrive off that shit. Meanwhile, Twitch is a live format, and every streamer that does it long enough is gonna say some shit that either sounds weird out of context, was wrong but poorly thought out, usually refined later, or just misspoken, so they're an easy target. This is another huge assumption here. As I said, I've been streaming for a long time, 6 years in fact, and no one has out of contexted any of my content, and I know I'm gonna have got some stuff slightly wrong in that time. You ever wonder why it's like always the debate bros that get this kind of stuff? It's always the debate bros who are clipped out of context, or, oh, they just misspoke, it's a live stream format. Everybody's gonna get some stuff wrong eventually. So from all these comments, we're getting something. We're getting a picture of our Sophie.
Am I a mechanic? I am not. I am actually a qualified cabinet maker.
Like. And so it makes
but
it
I don't
easier
actually
for
work
them
as
to
a
not
cabinet
like
maker.
her either. There are also multiple comments saying, I used to follow Sophie. Now I just can't. So what could it have been that Sophie did that was so reprehensible in the eyes of these people? What did she say and why did she say it? From these comments, it really sounds like she's a hypersensitive, overbearing, terminally online monster. So, what is it? What happened? Cherry Bread is quote tweeting Sophie in bad faith here about something that actually happened. Now, I have to bring this up because this is something that's mentioned in this tweet. So, the sex cult stuff. I was actually going to include the sex cult drama in this video, but the main victim who spoke out against this has categorically said that she does not want people making content about what happened to her anymore. And so in situations like this, it's incredibly important to center the victim's voice. So I will not be talking about this stuff. However, with all that in mind and my actual knowledge of what happened, it is a extremely relevant thing for people to bring up about Xanderhal. So apparently, just for believing victims, Sophie here is being labeled as a bad faith actor who is spreading lies about the community. Really interesting here that this is about What the Trans, a trans community support network that does a lot of exposés on gender criticals and TERFs. The tweet in question here is when What the Trans asked trans people who support Vorsh why they support him when he's been so transphobic in the past. It didn't make sense. What the Trans then talks about is how it was absolutely Vorsh fans that Dogpile reported this tweet to get the account suspended. As I said, this is an account that helps trans people a lot. What the Trans even mentions that gender criticals and TERFs normally don't bother mass reporting trans activist accounts. They tend to focus on popular cis allies or popular trans people themselves. I want to draw your attention back to this comment on the video. The aggressive tone being described here is not something that you can take from words on the screen that is Sophie's tweet. However, Xanderhal seems to be trying out
power tools to the rescue.
Obnoxious, creepy chuds who harass and shame other content creators for expressing any disagreement with him in ways no other creator's community ever does.
So when Xan first stops reading the tweets in this hilariously villanesque way, he says that, by the way, nothing here makes sense. He's clearly trying to paint her as having a breakdown and being unintelligible. This is something that we see debate bros do a lot, especially when they're attacking trans people who criticize them, trans women specifically. And this is to paint the idea that they're pushing too far in their politics and they spend too much time online and don't really have much interaction in the outside real world. This couldn't be further from the truth, and not just in most of the trans women that debate bros send for online, but Sophie in particular. She has literally 2 videos here of her going and speaking at trans rights protests. This is more activism than I've seen from literally any fucking debate bro. So talking about bad faith, this is bad faith in its entirety. While Xanderhal is talking about this, his chat further adds to the narrative that Sophie is a monster, calling her a psycho amongst other bad faith arguments. Who is this Sophie? It's not the Sophie I know. The one that I've spent literal days with, who loves and cares about her friends. She loves and cares about her comrades so much and is desperate to get people to change the horrific world that we live in. I certainly wouldn't call her a psycho. Just look at how easily his audience eats this shit up. And remember, this is an audience that has a huge overlap with Destiny and Vorsh. And so this is the main point in the video where I want to show that Xanderhal really doesn't understand the meaning of the word ally. An ally is not someone who uses marginalized people in their community to win arguments or support their biases. It's really funny because in my video that I did on Vorsh, I had so many people in my comments telling me that it's good and correct to criticize Blair White and Candace Owens. And no, for a start, if you're cis and white, It isn't your place to focus on those people. It isn't your place to tell trans people and black people who best represent their community. Of course, those individuals mentioned are wrong about a lot of stuff, and it is an ally's duty to understand that marginalized groups are not monoliths, and that these people don't represent the communities as a whole. No, if you focus on that stuff instead of amplifying and signal boosting and supporting other creators who do that work, you are certainly not an ally. It is absolutely not for cis people to say that a certain trans woman who disagrees with you is unhinged and bad, and then use the example of impressionable people who are already predispositioned to support you in your community in order to say that they are wrong. Where's this overwhelming majority, Zan? Where are the figures? How many trans people are in your audience? And how many trans people support what Sophie has said here? Have you done the research? Have you done the polling? Of course you haven't, because you are the terminally online individual who simply uses queer people for content and doesn't support us in any actual tangible way. And that's the fucking tea. Check out what he says here at the end of him reading the tweets.
Political boundaries are not the line by which you should judge the moral character of YouTubers and streamers in this space, or any public figure.
Yeah, I think this one might work.
Yes, Xanderhol. You are so right, dude. Xanderhol even says that someone's political beliefs could be a good indication of their moral values, which is pretty funny because he supports the Democrats, unironically, and they are constantly...
I forgot that I had this screwdriver, so like...
Just like him. So later in the video, he says this.
Yeah, I forgot. I'm dumb. I forgot I had the screwdriver, so like I ruined my thumbs for nothing.
In your lane that you've discovered, who you might want to collab with, become friends with, who you might even find enjoying their content and becoming sort of a fan of in a way, already hates you before you even know their name, or before you even knew they exist.
It's absolutely wild that he said that with no self-reflection on why this would be. Maybe the reason that people don't want to work with you and that your reputation precedes you is because you're a fucking man-child who throws his toys out of the pram every time a woman online disagrees with you. Why would anyone want to work with someone like that, dude? One of the main things to take away from this 13-minute video is that he talks about why Sophie is bad for a grand total of 2 minutes and a couple of seconds, give or take. In those 2 minutes, it's mainly hyperbole and ad hominem attacks. He doesn't deep dive into any of Sophie's content or any of her tweets. He just rambles about how she's a terrible person. Xanderhol also uses a sanist term here in the beginning of his video. The word in itself is widely regarded as a word that should never be used in any context. It's the shortening of schizophrenic. On the point of sanism, Xanderhol seems to really focus on the fact that anyone who disagrees with him has mental issues. Now, as an ADHD, OCD, and anxiety-having boy and big advocate for mental health awareness, what I like to try and remind people as often as I can is that pretty much everybody has mental health issues. It's kind of part and parcel of living under capitalism. So this scapegoat is kind of one that you could use for just about anybody if you do like a minute or two of digging into their content or social media posts. Also, this big thing where he implies that people with mental...
Also, people with mental illness, if you have like mental illness or disabilities, doesn't make your arguments any less fucking true. Like, if you are forced to like attack the fact that I'm ADHD or trans in order to like defeat me defeat me, fucking weird way of saying that, in order to attack me, right? Then like, haven't you ceded the fact that you don't actually have anything worth like having a go at me for? At the end of the day, you've already lost the argument at that point. Like, you are showing me that you have no argument when all you have is calling me schizo or like, you know, that sort of shit. Or dropping the arse slur. At the end of the day, my ex only ever used to drop the arse slur when they didn't have anything on me.
Issues need validation from the internet, from fake internet points, is a huge sweeping statement that misses a lot of important things to remember. Namely, that not everybody with bad mental health issues is actually on the internet. This paints a pretty bad picture of people like me who suffer from learning disabilities, are neurodivergent, and or suffered from structural sanism and or ableism. The important thing to remember about this is that Sophie, a trans woman, received a relentless amount of harassment, not just from Xanderhol's community.
I've never heard sanism. It's an interesting one. Isn't that ableism in and of itself? Like, should that be like its own thing, or like what?
But from debate bro communities as a whole. Just for this thread, this 2 minutes of hyperbole and conjecture have resulted in some of the worst harassment that my friend has ever seen. And if you know about the effects that online harassment has on people, then you don't need me to tell you just how bad that was for Sophie. It actually makes me sick just how easy these nerds could turn their communities against marginalized people who disagree with them. And listen, it doesn't matter if you have disclaimers in your video or in your description saying, please don't harass them, please don't harass them. That's not what I want. Because the very nature of drama content and debate culture on the internet has already primed people to behave in that way anyway. So I want to go back to the comment section again here, just to bring this up. She works with Bad Bunny. That's all you need to know. So
I need to know more!
Implying that Sophie's relation to Kira Chat's old name Bad Bunny and another of my good friends is another reason for steering clear of her? But what exactly has Kira done? Okay, so the Kira Chat situation is a little bit different to the Sophie situation. And while I don't want to say that one form of harassment is worse than the other with this, I do want to point out that my friend Kira has had outright misogynist harassment directed towards her from huge YouTube channels such as Penguin Zoe, aka Critical, the H3H3 podcast, and pretty much every single debate bro you can think of since 2020 and a little bit earlier, I think. I've been in Kira's Twitch community for a good few years now, and of course she is one of my co-hosts on Red Planet. The main issue that these huge YouTubers had with Kira is this clip, that I'm sure some of you even recognize.
How did my whole speech about how I need subs and to keep the stream going if you like the content, blah, 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 how that results in 0 subs?
Voice critical.
Regulars here. $5 a month!
Now, as most people in Kira's community know, this attitude that she has is a stream persona. She's got one of the nicest, most understanding communities that I've ever been a part of on Twitch. And she really does a lot of amazing content and shines a light on issues that are woefully underrepresented in the online leftist Twitch space. For example, at the moment, recently, she's been going hard on the Israeli genocide of Palestinians. But for some reason, men on Twitch.television and YouTube.com cannot stand to see a woman doing political content and just absolutely need to make a takedown video of her because she is just so bad. If Bad Bunny doesn't have a negative opinion about you, you're not doing enough for progress. Bit of a fucking telling name there, terminally online leftist. Just implying that if she doesn't like you, you're a good person. I wouldn't go after her for being a clout chaser. All YouTubers and Twitch streamers do this to an extent. The difference is that Bad Bunny has absolutely no principles or ideology other than what her clout van notoriety blah. I have no idea who she is, because I really don't care about her. But this behavior reminds me of the quote-unquote inclusive Karens that love the sound of their own voices way too much at retail. I just met one today, and she was ranting about Boots not being inclusive for thick people, which I agreed, and tried to lecture me about shoe size differences for men and women. I just phased out from there. Afterwards, she left 20 pairs of shoes lying all over the floor for me to pick up and resort after she dumped her spiel. That's the kind of energy I'm getting right now. Thank you, Barbara Worst Woman. Are you trying to say like whamans? You know, like anti-SJWs do with your name? I don't know what's going on there. So the comments here are positioning her as a clout-chasing woman who simply does things for money and not because she has any actual moral standpoints or ideology at all. So it's also worth mentioning that Kira, just like Xanderhal, had a bit of a chud phase. One that she's actually really open about and references regularly, even on her stream today. Which is good to see, because when people are unlearning a lot of the stuff they learned in formative years regarding politics and people's civil rights, they can often forget that it was incredibly easy to fall down the rabbit hole of alt-right opinions. Something that Xanderhal should be incredibly familiar with, no? Considering this. He also said in his last video on Sophie that Hunter Avallone, who is a former right-wing Nazi white supremacist conservative, is an example of someone whose politics were bad but is a good person. But apparently that grace is not extended to Kira Chats. Wonder why? He goes on to say that he found out that he was banned in Kira Chat's stream and then says,
now, would you guys like to guess what exactly got me banned and blocked by Bad Bunny here? Now, it's not because of any, I'm not like trans or gay or anything like that, or bi, so it's not because of her bigotry, so I will let you guys know it is not because I am part of any marginalized groups that Bad Bunny has a bigotry towards.
well, I see what you've done there, Xander Hall. You have made a loaded statement. You presented our friend Kira as a bigot without actually providing any evidence that she is a bigot now, and that is a reason that she would ban you from her community now, or that even when she was a bigot in any way that she would like ban you for being bisexual or trans. He then talks about how she had a bit of banter with him when he went into a stream one day, and she asked him what he was up to today, and when he said he would be streaming later, she popped off at him. Now, it kind of sounds to me like she was having a bit of banter with him, considering that a lot of streamers think that that is self-promo. It literally sounds to me like the kind of joke that me and Kira would share if I went into her chat nowadays. But apparently this was just like lost on Xander Hall. He just like doesn't understand what like having a bit of a laugh is. So just to explain like why Kira might have made a joke about this, there is a certain sect of Twitter where streamers absolutely pop off about the fact that even saying that you are a streamer or mentioning that you might stream at all in another streamer's chat is the worst thing that you could possibly do, and you deserve to be banned from the community for doing that. It's absolutely ridiculous. I have so much to say about streamers who just don't like self-promo, but that's for another fucking time. In all honesty, I think that this was a bit of banter in an attempt to make friends with Xander Hall, who she clearly had heard about previously and knew was a streamer. Then our man Xan says that she started ignoring his messages. Now, listen, Kira's chat goes at a million miles an hour, compared to me anyway, and I find it hard to read all the messages in my chat, and I've only got like a half or even a third of what Kira's chat and viewership has been at some point.
There we go.
So that's that explained. He then says that when he realizes that he was blocked by her on Twitter, he went to her stream to ask her while she was live about why he was blocked on Twitter, and he got banned from the Twitch chat too. After which someone told him that she tweeted that she knew that Xander Hall was a creepy debate bro weirdo. And of course, personally, I think that's an absolutely fine reason to ban anybody from your community. Now, what's really fucking frustrating here is that Xander Hall, again, does no self-reflection here and turns to the attack on Kira. Well, he'd already begun the attack at the start of the video, but he then goes hard and brings up her past alt-right opinions. And even brings up some screenshots that are fairly popular amongst people who like to harass her, where she's said slurs in Discord channels. And all he really does here is just say that she's like a clout chaser and a bigot. And he also talks about how he's got like so much evidence that she's like a grifter and a bigot. But this is all stuff that she's done in the past, dude. And it's all stuff that she's apologized for and has done so much work to unlearn and try and make amends for the bad that she did to people, that nothing really stands up regarding that. Like, you don't really have that much evidence that she is a bad person now. You're just pissed off that your reputation in how you're a harmful bastard preceded you once again, and it prevented you from networking with someone who is actually a really cool content creator. And if you want to talk about how people have got evidence that someone is a grifter and a clout-chasing piece of shit, well, I mean, you're watching this video, right? This video in which I wrote 15,000 words about you doing exactly that. But nah, he spends like 10 minutes talking about how she had harmful opinions in the past and does nothing to talk about the fact that she's left all that behind and realized how bad it was. He just skips a bunch of so-called evidence because there's too much of it. Bro, look at the length of this video. You clearly don't care about this as much as you're saying you do. Again, the point he tries to make here is that when people have had bad opinions in the past, you need to hold them to account forever. Despite his love of Hunter Avalone and other right-wingers who have denounced their alt-right past, even though the time period in which these people turned around was more recent than Kira herself. He then plays an old clip in which Kira says she would not have sex with or date a bisexual guy, which is something I, as a bisexual man, am very familiar with as an opinion.
If a guy's like having sex with other guys, and then he's like, oh, maybe I'll try having sex with you. I'm like,
Now, of course, the way that Kira says it here is problematic for many reasons, but again, we're missing the point that this is something she said in the past, and wouldn't dream of saying this nowadays because she understands the harm it would cause. And as a bi guy, I just want to say for anyone listening here, if this is something that you think, fine. I don't want to fuck or date someone who has an opinion like this anyway, and I'm not going to lose sleep about people having opinions like this when I know that there are plenty of people who want to fuck me or date me. But if you change your mind about that and realize why you said those things were bad, then of course I'm ready and willing to forgive you. This is a very popular opinion that people have about M-Spec men.
It's done! Check it out. I've got my setup. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Swag. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, swag. Yeah, yes. Huh? Yeah, this is pretty cool. Pretty happy with this. The only thing I might do is move, like at some point I'll move the once I've got the bolts for the to, you know, hold it in place, then I'm gonna move the clamps to the side of the table so that I've got a bit more room to like move and push them forwards and backs if I need to. But yeah, that's whew. All right, now I just need to clean the room. Let's continue.
It's a common thing, and people are going to have
I
this
shall be
opinion
right back.
because they've been conditioned to by the hierarchies of homophobia and the nuclear family that are imposed on us. It's not right, and it needs to change, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done to do that, but in the grand scheme of things, in terms of evidence you could use against Kira to point out that she's a hateful person, this is a reach. I also want to point out that someone in Xanderhal's chat here uses the command clipchimp, and Zan's chatbot responds with an emote and a cheeky little photographer Zan with the word clippers. Now, in Twitch lingo, these are phrases that imply someone needs to clip this content out of context and post it to r/livestreamfails on Reddit, thus instigating harassment towards that person either on Twitter or on their Twitch channel themselves. And you better believe this is something that Kira got harassed for. Albeit, it was a drop in the ocean of the regular harassment that she receives, but that is no excuse. Zan also, for some reason here, says that he doesn't want to come across as defending Bad Bunny, despite the fact that at the start of the video, he said this.
So Bad Bunny, I learned about her mostly because of the Destiny drama, and I wasn't entirely convinced by the reasons that Destiny gave for why we ought to dislike Bad Bunny. Like, it just didn't come off to me as entirely, valid for everybody just all of a sudden decide Bad Bunny's a piece of shit and just disregard her and refuse to engage with her or anything like that or be friends with her just because Destiny says she's mean or whatever. Like, it just didn't sit well with me.
If you value logic and reason, and that's a thing that debate bros love to talk about, then why wouldn't you take someone's good points along with the bad? Such as what I'm trying to do in this video. But check this out.
Now, a lot of people over the years who have had criticism of Bad Bunny have said more or less the exact same thing. And I'll admit that I made a counter argument to this, along with people who would defend Bad Bunny, that people who have this opinion are probably just being biased by the fact that she's a woman, and that when a woman engages in this type of humor, it comes off as being bitchy or rude or as narcissistic or whatever, but when men do it, it comes off as suave or like, oh, he's kind of a douchebag, but he's funny about it, so it's okay because he's a guy.
He's literally correct here, so why does he go back on it? I'll tell you why he goes back on it and calls her mean, because that is what his entire channel is all about. Drama, clout, revenge, and grift content. And I can say with 10,000% certainty that Kira is not this evil, mean monster that Zan is making her out to be. I've been in hours and hours of Discord calls with her, personal calls, meetings, DMs, and she is one of the sweetest, most lovely people that you could ever meet. This is a character assassination video, and it is inexcusable. Exactly.
I'm sure someone could. I'm sure someone could like, make it like try and make out like I'm this sort of person as well. At the end of the day. Sorry, I'm just trying to find a good spot for my camera. So you can see, like, a better angle. How about here? How's that? That's got most of my room in it, yeah. How's that? Oh yeah. Da-na-na-na-na. Da-da-da-da-da. That's pretty cool. But yeah. But yeah, I'll need to flip that. Why not? Oh, what I've been doing is installing these. Look at these lovelies. HOTAS flight sticks. I've been installing them to do that. To like play some Star Citizen or some Elite Dangerous. So the opportunity came up. Yes. The opportunity came up to do that, so wait, does that mean that that's gonna be better for what I'm doing? No. That. Further that way. Alright, cool. Sweet A's. But yeah, let's continue.
As the one he made about Sophie. It's also absolutely ridiculous that he rambles on about Kira just being close to people for clout as well, because he is absolutely close to Vorsh and Destiny for clout too. Like, come on, man. This is all projection and we can see it a mile off. I also want to make a big point here that Kira's harassment has been so intense that she has lost a lot of her viewers on Twitch and YouTube. Despite the constant barrage of harassment that she gets doing her job on a daily, no, hourly basis, she has been steadfast in her left-wing opinions, and she is always doing her best to unlearn the harmful behaviors that she had in the past. And she does all this despite the drop in.
See, like, I'm very interested in learning a bit more about Bad Bunny then at this point. Like, this does sound really interesting. As
clout that she is supposedly farming from having pretend opinion.
It's her fucking job! We're streamers! Come on, clout is our fucking job. Stop, like, being so fucking precious about this shit, people. Seriously. Understand how the world works. Understand the media that you're consuming. Fuck! It pisses me off. It's just like, oh no, she's just clout chasing. It's just like, yeah, she's a fucking streamer. What the fuck do you expect? That's her job. Holy shit.
On the internet. I mean, come on, people. You can clearly see that this is absurd and has no basis in reality. It is simply the systematic destruction of a woman on the internet simply because she chose to be outspoken and make political content. Seriously, if you're watching this and you have any empathy or sympathy for Kira's position at all, please go and show her some love. You won't regret it. She is more than worthy of your time. So there's a little rule of 3 that I'm trying to bring into my content here, and I'm going to try and stick to that going forward. So I'm going to finish this video with a third and final, and perhaps one of the worst character assassinations that Xanderhol has done on his channel. And that is of his ex, Lani.
That was recent, yeah? Holy shit, seriously?
Oh boy, this is a lot. Strapping everybody.
Wow.
Lani,
okay,
aka Pastel Leftist, was Xanderhol's partner for 2.5 years, according to the twitlonger she posted about him in July of this year. She describes how one day, a few weeks before the time of the twitlonger, he dumped her via text for apparently lying, stealing, and cheating on him, which is already extremely shitty behavior. Lani says all of this is completely untrue and has no idea where he got all this stuff from, but thinks it might be because a car was broken into one time and all that the people who stole stuff left was his debit card, which she already had permission to use to buy groceries and stuff like that. Lani also goes on to say that Xanderhol has refused to talk to her.
No, I disagree, Hashem. All content farm the fuck out of my exes. Well, my ex, I guess. The rest of my exes, nah. But, like, it depends on what you mean by content farming, I guess. Talking about the abuse, yeah, sure. The rest of my exes are alright, except for the one that like told me she wasn't ready for a relationship and then immediately started dating one of my best friends the next day. That kind of sucked. But yeah.
About any of this, and claims that she was a master manipulator, also implying
literally gaslighting
that she sold all the stuff that was stolen from her car for drugs. He demanded that she come home from work and pack all of her stuff, including her 13-year-old cat, into her Ford Focus and leave immediately, which is of course an absurd thing to ask someone on such short notice. She had to move out and couch surf and sleep in her car for a few weeks before she could finally go home, when she realized her room had been trashed and Xanderhal had left with her cat to go and live back at his mum's house. So she moved back into their old apartment and was obviously trying to deal with this sudden shake-up in her life, her happiness, her security, when Xan the man shows up without her cat and told her he was ending the tenancy on the apartment and she needed to move out and be gone the next day. Lonnie unfortunately was arrested while she was trying to find somewhere to live, as unfortunately she couldn't afford to pay the upkeep on the tags, which is vehicle registration for non-US viewers, on her car, and one of her friends had drugs on him when the cops pulled them up and she had to spend 5 days in a cell. When she made a phone call, she found out that Xanderhal and his mum had completely blocked her or were ignoring her calls. And when she got out of prison and someone managed to take her home, she found out that the locks had been changed and she had no way to get into the apartment. This meant that she was homeless and had none of her belongings. So let's recap real quick. A 2.5-year relationship, the guy ends it out of nowhere via text, claiming that she's doing drugs and stealing from him, literally makes her homeless, and what does he have to say for himself? First things first, gang. I just want to say that making content about your breakup is an extremely ghoulish thing to do. Okay, like making a tweet, going off on a Facebook post, or even an Instagram story is kind of a normal human thing to do. But a 50-minute YouTube video. Not just a 50-minute YouTube video, a 50-minute YouTube video where he is trying to say that he made her homeless for a good reason, and that she had tried to frame him, and that he was trying to debunk some kind of conspiracy against him. This man is insufferable. One thing I've learned from my time as a leftist and doing actual activism out in the real world is it does not...
This is a really small point, but I really like how he uses the word insufferable and not insane. Like, we tend to expect that they use words like insane a lot. Like, we expect people to use words like that a lot. Because, you know, we're just shit as people. So it's really nice to finally hear someone not use ableism in order to make a point. You know what I mean? That's feels good, man. Feels good.
No matter how much of a piece of shit someone can be, they deserve, at the very least, the basic human rights that every human being deserves. Food, clothing, housing, healthcare. Xanderhal reaching so far into the depths of his cruelty to render his partner homeless is just something that is so sickening to me from so many different angles. It was genuinely hard for me to go through this video, just seeing how smug and comfortable he is, all the while safe in the knowledge that he is going to be fine and his ex-partner is going through one of the worst times of her life. He starts off in this video by saying that early in the relationship, when he moved in with her, they had a trad-con relationship. Now, for those of you that don't know what this is, this means that this is where the man does all the money making and the woman does all the chores around the house, the cooking, the cleaning, something that's known as reproductive labor, because it's normally women in society that have done this thanks to the patriarchy. This is just like a kind of gross dynamic where he has all the power to begin with. But I gotta say, if a couple consents to this and it's something that they're both happy with, then that's absolutely fine. Like, if you have a trad-con relationship like this, and you're both safe in the knowledge that you are fine with it and you do not feel oppressed by this, cool, go for it, go for your life. Who am I to say what's right and wrong in a person's relationship? If that works for you, cool. But it does not sound like Xanderhal had a very good knowledge of boundaries and consent when it came to this kind of relationship. He says one of the first things that he noticed when he moved out is that he wasn't seeing as much money coming in as he thought he should be, which is like a very normal thing to happen when you first move out of your parents' gaff and go to live on your own somewhere, or even with a couple. This is called the material conditions of the working class under capitalism, Xanderhal, and I advise you to do some research on it. Of course, it's an incredibly upsetting reality check that someone like Lani understood a lot more than Xanderhal because she has more life experience than him, being an older person than him. So of course, when she explains that to him, that makes a lot of sense as to why she'd say that. But no, of course, Xanderhal is implying here that she is covering up for something.
that bedroom.
That this is all part of the conspiracy against him. Xanderhal then says that Lani was not giving him the emotional support that he needed, but from the account that Lani gives about their relationship, it really doesn't seem like he was open in his communication about this stuff. It's actually really sad to read this, but here it is. I'll admit that since I started working outside the house, I haven't been as good of a girlfriend to Alex as I'd been in the 2 years prior. During the 2 years of COVID, I was home all the time, constantly available and on call to help with anything he needed. I was mostly happy, but I told him many times about how I felt lonely a lot of the time. Alex is a lot better at talking about himself than he is at listening, and most days he would hardly come out of his room. When I started working again and I made some friends, I stopped being home as often, which made me happier but him miserable. I should have tried harder to find a healthy balance we could both feel good about, but I don't feel like I deserve to have my cat and everything I own taken from me. So it kind of sounds like they came across a very normal problem that happens in relationships that's basically down to toxic masculinity preventing men from asking for their needs directly. What is a little bit more sickening in this situation, though, is that he says the only reason that he moved in with Lani was to escape a living situation with his parents.
My living situation with my parents eventually just got too toxic for me to continue being happy and making content, and I decided that my best course of action was to move away. And so I did. I moved all the way across the country to...
So it's all about him at the end of the day. It was all about him. So he moved it... Oh, fucking hell. He fucking used her. Wow.
Palm Springs, California with Lani.
Which is, and I will die on this hill, a fucking terrible reason to move in with someone. It's a great reason to move out on your own, absolutely, but you should not be moving in with someone else just because of that. When you move in with someone that you love, that you're in a romantic or sexual relationship with, you do it because you love them and you care for them and you decide to face this life together, not to escape another shitty living situation, which in all honesty doesn't actually sound like that bad of a situation because his parents took him in straight away after things went wrong with Lani. He also goes on then to say that Lani needed attention, which is like, dude, do you know what relationships are? In fact, even 5 minutes ago, you said that you needed attention from Lani and that she wasn't giving it to you. And apparently that's a valid thing for you to complain about, but not for her. He also does this bizarre mental backflip here saying that
Lani would want attention, despite the fact...
This is really interesting because a lot of people that tend to inflict abuse on other people are very, very literate when it comes to describing like actions of abuse. Which is why you'll hear a lot of debate bro streamers use words like gaslighting and projection while like actually doing it themselves. Like I noticed this. Like my ex started saying things like trying to convince me that I was gaslighting her, even though I wasn't doing any gaslighting at the end of the day. So, like, this is something which happens, and it sucks that it happens, but, you know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do at the end of the day? It just fucking sucks.
That both of us were at home all day, and we spent tons of time together just by virtue of that.
Like, no, dude, just because you're in the same house as someone or even in the same room doesn't mean that you're doing bonding activities or paying attention to your partner. That is like the laziest relationship I've ever heard of in my entire life.
Yeah.
And from what Lani said in a tweet longer that we just read out, it kind of sounds like you were just in your room a lot of the time, just doing your own fucking thing. This next part is just absolutely batshit. Like, I really gotta hand it to Xanderhal. Of all the things that he does wrong that I've talked about in this video, this really takes the cake.
Yeah,
While my
no,
suspicions
true.
became
Very
ever
true.
increasing, Lani was offered a job cleaning Airbnbs by a friend of hers.
It's very true, and like I do think that that was my partner, and I do think that I do feel really bad for them. I still feel bad for them, even though it was a fucked up experience for me. Like, their lives were just as fucked up They were not living a happy life. They weren't happy before they met me, and like I wasn't able to fill that void for them, and they weren't able to give me the things I needed in the relationship. It wasn't to me, like, I don't like focusing on that shit as this kind of like, oh, woe is me, like they hurt me and stuff. But like this is me talking to myself, not to other people. This is my self-talk. I don't need to hate them for the things that they did to me. I don't need to blame them to get on with my life. I don't need it, and it's not an excuse for them. I don't need to give them an excuse. I don't owe them shit. I don't owe them anything at the end of the day. They gave me nothing but trauma that will never go away. That may never go away fully. But no, it will never go away fully. It will affect every relationship I have in the future with everyone that I interact with. But I don't need to fucking hate them in order to move on with my life. I just need to move on with my life. The only reason I bring them up is because maybe that'll provide comfort to someone, somewhere, one day, someday. Who knows? Who the fuck knows? It would be nice to think that someone might get comfort from that. It would be nice. But it's okay if it doesn't. I don't need that to live my life. Let's see if this fucks up.
Took it, claiming she wanted to be able to get out of the house and make some friends and help make ends meet financially. Lonnie was now spending most of her time out of the house. In some cases, she would go more than a day without responding to me, and eventually started not coming home. When I'd questioned her about it and she'd actually respond, her reasoning was that she was spending the night on her friend Sarah's couch because they worked together and they were carpooling to save money on gas. I didn't buy it, and the first night that she didn't come home, I started to consider the relationship over.
Like, to consider the relationship over the second that your partner does something that you don't like is so weak, dude. Like, you utter waste man. I couldn't think of a situation that is more childish, ridiculous, and self-serving than a man not even attempting to fix his relationship when his partner is trying to make herself happy on her own. Everything he talks about next, where he says that she wasn't answering his frankly ridiculous text demanding to know where she is. He mentions that Lonnie shuts him down, saying that he's being controlling, and like, yeah dude, that's because you were being controlling. Demanding to know where your partner is all the time, that's extremely controlling behavior. Again, why are you not doing any self-reflection here, dude? Being completely overbearing in how you smother a partner is absolutely absurd, and you really need to consider that other people need space. Throwing all your toys out of the pram and making her homeless because you simply cannot be bothered to try and make the relationship work is, well, the whole man belongs in the bin. He also complains that Lonnie took the keys with her every time that she went out, and that meant that he couldn't go out and do stuff, and it just makes me think, dude, are you an actual amoeba? Just get some more keys cut. Speak to the property manager. Like, what do you fucking want, dude? I think that in listening to all this and understanding what's happened here, I've come to the conclusion that Xanderhal made a huge mistake that a lot of people do when they look for a relationship, and that is that he wasn't looking for a partner, he was looking for a mother. This kind of makes sense when Xanderhal talks about the stresses that he had living with his mum. I can actually relate to it a lot, and I did used to exhibit a lot of the same harmful behaviors that he did in, like, overbearing, needing to know where your partner is all the time, thinking that they're like lying and cheating on you and stuff like that. But my dude, that is a trauma response. And to be fair to myself, I never fucking made anyone homeless. I never made a fucking 50-minute rant video on why doing that was a good thing to do. And this next bit just, ew.
She would constantly use my card to order Grubhub and Uber Eats to places she was cleaning for lunch instead of packing some of the fresh food that she had bought that was in our fridge and going bad. She would also constantly leave half-eaten food just sitting on the counter to go bad. She wouldn't even bother just throwing it.
Okay, cool. And like, did you talk to them about this at all? Like, sounds like you fucking simmered under the surface and like, what the fuck is this gross ass shit? You got a problem with someone, talk to them about it. Don't fucking be a bitch. Why are you being such a bitch? Oh my gosh. This is bitch behavior. Seriously. Holy shit. Yes, I'm aware of like how of the you know the historical ramifications of the word bitch, but like seriously, this is bitch ass behavior. Fucking hell. Yeah, you made her homeless. Holy shit.
For later.
I can't stand people who call themselves leftists and do not understand that people do not want to do reproductive labor. Like, cooking is a whole ass thing, dude. Lots of people get Uber Eats. I'm gonna be getting an Uber Eat after I've recorded this video because I've got no energy to cook. And bear in mind, Lani, again, as he admits, was the entire trad wife ideal. So she was doing all the reproductive labor, she was going out doing a job, and she was trying to socialize. He complains that all the food in the fridge would go bad, and I'm not being funny, man, but like, Sanderhall, have you never been in control of a fridge in your entire life? It happens all the time, because unfortunately capitalism doesn't allow us a lot of time to actually address things like that. Plus, if you've got ADHD like me, planning and cooking is such a drama. When I'm hearing this, I can't help but go back to this clip that I played you earlier.
And
Lani says,
Go to the bathroom. Why can't you ever throw up in the toilet?
like, this is a thing that happens regularly, and this poor woman has to deal
with
this
fuck?
literal baby.
What the fuck?
Regularly. Go back to this clip that I played you earlier. And Lani says,
Go to the bathroom. Why can't you ever throw up in the toilet?
like, this is a thing that happens regularly.
What the fuck? What the fuck? This feels like fetish content. Maybe. I'm drilling a hole for everything's a fucking fetish. But seriously, what the fuck? What the fuck? Trans women drills. Yes. Oh, wait. Let's have a look. Check this out. This is gonna be good. This is gonna be good. Gonna be good. Where's my title? Ah, there we go. All right, clickbait time. Ta-da! It's literally a hot pie. I literally just cooked one. All right, where was that? I was up to a bit. Where is it?
And this poor woman has to deal
Gotta change it
with
to
this
just
literal
drilling.
baby man.
Just drilling.
Pop him whiteys on
Just
stream
drilling.
because he smoked too much weed and he just can't make it to the bathroom. So Xanderhall
What
is then
the
talking about how he
fuck?
blocked off all of his PayPal accounts, all the access he knew that Lani had to his money, and then goes on to show a bunch of Cash App transactions made to her account. But hang on a minute, if he just like on a whim decided to like stop her from getting money, which was her only access to money by the way, especially considering that he thinks that she was lying about the job that she had. And of course, remember chat, her having access to his money was an agreement that they previously had in the relationship, whether it was unspoken or not. What did Xanderhall expect Lani to do when he stopped her from having any access to money whatsoever? No, there was no chance for Lani to plead her case. No chance for her to talk it out with him. No, Zanderhol exacted the same state violence that any sheriff or landlord would do on someone who has not been paying their bills on time. It appears that the same day he did all this and stopped her from having access to money was also the same day that he kicked her out of the apartment. He didn't confront her with the information that he now had, nor did he give her any kind of grace period to find somewhere else to live. He just acted like the most disgusting, entitled, wannabe land baron that you could possibly conceive. Also, this part in the video where he scrolls through the transactions of varying amounts that absolutely can be explained away mostly by the fact that, as he admits earlier in the video, he was the sole breadwinner and gave her free reign of his debit card. With this absurd epic music like he's just solved the mystery of the century as well. It's gross. There's no other way to put it. It's sick. He's a sick misogynist that treats women like shit on and offline. Now, I just want to stress that while this is a really difficult part of the video to go through, I did want to add a little bit of comic relief in here for people, because what kind of a content creator would I be without anything like that? So, here you go. I didn't hear from him at all, except when he would text me to complain about how awful his mum's house is, and how she won't let him go anywhere, and how he's miserable because she won't get him any vapes or weed cartridges. He would only text her about that shit. He is an actual winner. And to be honest, that is on brand considering a lot of the stuff that we've already gone through. Anyway,
what a fucking child, right?
Cesspit. When Zan talks about Emily, the friend that Lani had who fell out with her and apparently exposed her gambling and meth problem, I'm skeptical at best. This is a man who's shown his ass regarding how he makes things up about women who he doesn't like so often that you'd have to forgive me that I'm doubtful, even in the existence of this person. But let's do a Debate Brew classic and play devil's advocate. I'm sure all of them are here.
1 hour and 7 minutes.
Into the video. Yep, they're all gonna love this shit. Let's say that this Emily person does exist, and that Zanderhol's right about how Lani stole money off him, and that she's got a gambling problem, and she's addicted to meth. So, you see what these leftists in Zanderhol's community who have, for example, demanded Lani do drug tests, harassed her, accused her of grooming him, even though the power balance is in Zanderhol's favor in every single instance of the relationship, and made her online life a living hell after this.
Oi, what the fuck? What the fuck is this shit? People, like, in his community saying that, like, she was grooming him? I'm sorry. Like, what the fuck? Why? This is why people are using these words as if they know what they're fucking talking about. Has feminism... My girlfriend won't buy me vapes. Has the feminism gone too far? Fuck yeah. My girlfriend won't let me get so fucking stoned that I vomit all over the fucking floor constantly, or consistently, let's say. What the fuck? That's a consistent thing that was happening. What the fuck? Stop. Get some help. Holy shit. Holy shit. Get some help. Wow. Wow. Ugh. This
videos publishing don't understand, and again, this is the fault of Zanderhol and other debate nerds, is that punitive justice, especially financial violence, aka making someone homeless, is not justice. You don't just become a cop when someone has issues like that.
Wait, that's a 25-minute response to an hour-and-a-half video. What the fuck?
Better than any fucking cop in the police forces of America or the justice system. Holy fucking shit, touch grass, the lot of you. I swear to God. Apparently this Emily also accuses Lani of getting her ex-boyfriend evicted by not paying the rent on time. This man calls himself a leftist. A leftist. As someone in a tenants union, I cannot stress enough. The only people who evict anybody in this world are either landlords and/or the cops. The idea that this man thinks that it's a tenant's fault when they get evicted fucking boils my blood. How the hell can you call yourself any kind of leftist when you've got an opinion like that? I'd love to hear what Bernie, who apparently Zan really hoped would win in the DNC nominations, would have to say about that. Also, Zan then going on to say that when Lani said she got evicted because her ex was hitting her and abusing her and they were being so loud when they had fights that they got too many noise complaints, he of course says, well, Emily said she made it up, so obviously she did. You fucking piece of shit. He goes on a lengthy diatribe now about credit scores and his hopes and dreams of being able to move to Seattle. And honestly, I just kind of fucking tuned out at this point. It was like 3 a.m. when I was doing this bit in the script. And after everything that he has done to his ex, I honestly do not care, dude. Like, this guy is so focused on, like, not getting an eviction because it would harm his credit score. I'm just like, bro, you made someone homeless. You made someone homeless and removed access to their money so that they got arrested because they couldn't afford the upkeep on their registration, and now they have a criminal record. What the fuck do you think that does to someone's credit score? What do you think that that does to someone's life? Anyway, next, Xanderhal just, like, admits that Lani told him that she has nowhere to go, and he's just like, I don't care. And then he says this.
She needed to move her stuff out. I don't wish homelessness on anyone, but it just had to happen. Had to happen. Had to happen.
Yeah.
Had to happen.
What? All for your fucking...
My girlfriend's doing meth. Better make her homeless. That'll fucking improve things. Wow.
Credit score, Zan? All because you didn't have the guts to sort out your relationship? Weak, dude. Fucking weak. One of the weirdest things to me that doesn't really add up is that Xanderhal claims that there were eviction notices served to the property that apparently Lani had hid. Like, what would that have achieved? And also, why would she not have mentioned in her twit longer that she would have been worried about getting evicted from the apartment by landlords? When it came down to it, she was evicted eventually anyway. Now, in her twit longer, she claims that Alex and his mum changed the locks to the apartment so that she couldn't get in when she got out of jail. But honestly, knowing landlords as well as I know them now with the work I've done for the tenants union, it's possible that a landlord would have just done that.
Fucking love them
because
in the first
Xanderhal
place.
ended the tenancy and kind of like forced all of her stuff to get locked up. But anyway, it's by the by. And to be honest, I guess it's possible, but I don't know why she'd lie about this. And she doesn't exactly try and vilify Xanderhal in this twit longer. In fact, at the end of it, she actually pleads with him to get in contact with her to sort all this mess out. She even says at one point, to be clear, I'm not saying all or even most of this is Alex's fault. He isn't required to help me. But it feels like he is trying to make the hole I'm in impossible to dig my way out of. Also, what's he playing at when he shows this Instagram exchange? Does he think this makes him look like a good person? Of course, his fans don't care. They're going to support him anyway. But damn, anyone on the outside looking in is going to see this and be like, yikes. Xanderhal shares some more DMs with people who were like legit concerned about Lani's whereabouts. He underlines this one where a third party, who would be unbiased, says that she was smoking DMT in the car with someone. Zan underlines this and writes doubt here, implying that he thinks that she was smoking meth. Again, let me point this out to everybody. If somebody is addicted to meth, especially if it's someone that you love, that still doesn't make everything that he's doing to her okay.
I know,
he correctly
right?
points out in the video that meth and
What a piece of
DMT
shit.
need a pipe to be smoked in, a crack pipe.
You don't deserve that awesome bedroom, you piece of shit.
In particular. And yeah, that's correct. But if you've ever actually been outside in your actual life, you would know that someone on crystal meth behaves extremely differently to someone who is on DMT. So I actually entirely believe that she was smoking DMT and not meth, to be honest. Not that it matters, right? Also, clearly in reference to Alex telling her he's spoken to friends who've been worried about her whereabouts, she says in this screenshot, I spoke to blank, and they said you never spoke to them. I'm confused. Which is clearly, at the very least, an indicator that Xanderhal is not telling the full truth with these screenshots. Xanderhal then admits that he was considering going back to the apartment with the police. A leftist who's done content covering police brutality. He was going to bring the cops to his ex-girlfriend's place, probably telling them that she'd stolen from him, is addicted to crystal meth, and might be fucking crazy and unhinged. This motherfucker could have got her killed. Also in this next bit, Xanderhal just straight up accuses Lani of setting up a credit card in his name, which is extremely fucking hard to do when you don't have a fixed address. Like, where is she picking up this credit card from, dude? Is she picking this up from, like, the car park where she's sleeping in her car? One of the first things that he says in this video is that he noticed that money was getting drained out of his PayPal account to an unknown source, and that he didn't believe Lani when she said that he might have got hacked. But I've had my PayPal hacked before. A literal Russian child hacked my fucking PayPal in 2014 because I didn't know what I was doing. The little shit used it to pay for gaming subscriptions. It was extremely funny. And in fact, when I contacted PayPal, they saw...
He's not a leftist. He's a lib. He's a fucking big brain. He is an example of what happens when, like, this is the kind of person, right, who will march with Nazis. This is your average lib. Oh, fucking hell, this is tough. This is a tough fucking Whoop! Excuse you. This is a fucking tough ass fucking thing. Ugh. It needs to be done. Wait, why did it do that? Oh, wrong way. Wait, what? Wait, what's going on? What's it doing that? I don't understand. Something's gone wrong. Because people can say what they want online. They can say what they want online because, like, who's gonna fucking check it out? Who's gonna check it out? Who's gonna like verify that shit? Maybe if I quick grip it. Yeah, there we go. Quick grip. Human behavior baffles you? Yeah, it fascinates me. I generally love humans, honestly. Yes, that way. There we go. Now we've got some fucking progress. Yeah, that's not gonna fucking move. Wow. Wow. What the fuck? It's gonna still moving. Fuck. How are you still moving? Wow. Guess I'm gonna have to give it a few more turns. Well, I know you can't see what I'm doing. I apologize. A lot of libs love calling themselves leftists, even if most of their views are right wing. Yeah.
Sorted it all out immediately. It was pretty fucking good, to be honest. But what I'm trying to point out with this anecdote is that actually it's entirely possible that someone could have stolen Xander Hall's identity and taken out a credit card in his name, not just Lani. Next is more unfounded accusations that she was done by the cops for meth. And I gotta say, sharing someone's police report, even though it is public information, as he rightly points out in the video, it's just a weird fucking thing to do. It's like being like, here is the official thing that says that my ex is a bad person. Anyway, he says that in the police report that she was definitely done for methamphetamine. Now, look at these police reports. It doesn't say anywhere here that she was done for meth. It says that she was done for being in possession of a controlled substance. You do know what a controlled substance is, don't you, Xander Hall? Many things. But no, Xan the man needs you to think that it is meth.
There we go.
You know, the bad drug that all the crazy, unhinged druggies do. All the crazy, unhinged druggies that steal things and hurt people and rob people and rape people.
Just so they can get their fix.
And making out that Lani is a person like that would fit his narrative pretty conveniently, wouldn't you say? Xander Hall then tells us that he went back to the apartment while she was in jail, and is delighted to tell us that it looked like the aftermath of a frat house party. I'm pretty fucking sure that Xander Hall didn't go to college, so I don't know how he knows what an actual frat house party is, but anyway, that's by the by. And to be honest, if I'd have gone through the shit that Lani had gone through, I would not have an incentive to clean up that house. I would be fucking devastated. I'd probably spend a lot of time just like in bed. Hell, I find it hard enough to clean my house in general with fucking ADHD. And trust me, having ADHD and OCD is a fucking trip.
Holy
so
shit!
Next he says that he found like some beakers and jars that were in
that's not
shrink
good,
wrap,
Shang.
kind of implying that he thinks that she was going to be synthesizing drugs in the apartment, but probably what was more likely is that she was going to use it for like Etsy store stuff that I think she was doing on the side, because it kind of looks like she was doing that stuff anyway, according to this Twitter post. But honestly, at this point, it really does sound like he's trying to LARP his own Breaking Bad made up fantasy. He even references the show when he's talking about this, and what I want to point out, by the way, is that Xander Hall and his community seem like obsessed with evidence, even if it is like questionable at best. So why do we not have a picture, Xander Hall? Where are the pictures of this supposed meth lab that Lani was making in your fucking ex-apartment? Like, if this happened to me and I went to an old apartment and found some stuff that I didn't recognize in there and I was worried that it was like weird, I would probably take a picture of it so I could ask people and be like, yo, what the fuck is this? He then next talks about how he starts removing all of his possessions, clearly trying to make a statement here that even though they had the agreement that Lani was able to spend his money on the things that she needed, but now all of these things are his, actually. Oh no, oh, you thought that actually I was being nice and these things belong to you. No, they're mine. They're fucking mine. And the way he then talks about how he just went back to his normal life, pretending that none of this stuff happened, is just so disgusting. Where is his empathy? My God, no debrief, no makeup sex, just sweep it all under the carpet. Don't even think about your poor, homeless ex-girlfriend who has no fucking money, has gone to jail, and whose life is falling apart. Just go and fucking make your YouTube videos. Complete refusal to take responsibility of his actions. He tries to cover his tracks here by saying that if she really wanted to, Lani could get in touch with my mum. But even if that's the case, it is so irresponsible to cut off all communication with someone that you had been seeing for 2 years, to not even allow her to make her case. Honestly, gang, I can't get over this. Like, I've had toxic relationships that were 6 months long, where someone had been confirmed by multiple people to have been cheating on me, and I still didn't act like this. I still tried to sort things out with this person. I gave them way more grace than this fucking man could even conceive.
I mean, like, yeah, give people grace, but don't give them your... Don't give people your fucking soul. Like, you deserve better. Alright? You really deserve better. Don't give people your soul. Give them your time sometimes, but yeah. Donga. You're in your donga. Yeah. You're on the mines. How are the mines? Wait, is it the mines? Whereabouts are you based at the moment, Chang?
Eve, this next bit, I'm just gonna let him speak for himself, really.
I have no intent to keep on paying to keep her items in storage. It's burning a hole in my pocket for me to even hold on to these things. I only saved them out of the kindness of my heart to try and be a good person, and it's only gotten me tangled up in more drama. I'd literally have less bullshit to deal with had I let her sentimental, irreplaceable items get trashed in the unit along with the rest.
What a cunt! What the fuck is this dude?
Stuff. No comment. Lots of notes, by the way, but no comment. I don't really think I need to cover any more of this video than what I've already mentioned, so I'll just leave you with this part. Zan references the twitlonger that Lani made and says that he's proud of his fans for already being skeptical before he'd had the chance to make this video. With that in mind,
cold shit.
It's time to wrap this up.
Screw the rules, I have money.
The long and short of this stuff is that Xanderhol has fostered a community of liberal toxic masculinity. No one here is listening to the victim. No one at all actually even understands that Lani is a victim. Nor do they understand that Sophie or Kira or the woke scolds that he talked about are also victims. They actually believe that Xanderhol is the victim in all of these situations, despite him having all the power in the situation with Lani and his fans being predispositioned to support him in the case of Sophie, Kira, and the quote-unquote woke scolds. In the situation with Lani, he is your traditionally toxically masculine, head of the household manly man. His community clearly have a sheer lack of understanding of material conditions, human rights, drug use, state violence, and financial violence. Not to mention homelessness, which is a clear indication that he doesn't educate his community on those things. And the fact that he called his video on his breakup debunking the allegations against me sort of implies that there's a conspiracy against him. This is a narrative that he falls back on a lot in his attack hit pieces on people like Sophie and Kira. I imagine he thinks this conspiracy exists because of all the other people on the online left who dislike him for fairly credible reasons. All the things I've mentioned in this video, plus a lot of other stuff that I simply can't mention because otherwise this video would be hours long. There are so many other people that I've not mentioned that Xanderhol has hurt with his ridiculous character assassinations and the harassment of his fans. I think we've covered a lot of facts in this.
All I can say is come at me. My favorite thing is when people try and jump into my profile, try and go through my previous history of stuff, thinking they can find something that I will be ashamed of or embarrassed of. There is nothing that I have posted online that I am either ashamed of, want to hide, or that I will not apologize for. So fucking come at me, cunt. You've got nothing. You can't do anything to me. Oh shit, maybe that's what it is. No one ever comes for me because I'm nothing. I am nothing. Dun, 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 dun. Fix this shit now.
Video that point to our man Zan not having really recovered from his alt-right days. His misogyny is still there. And
holy shit, it's almost 10 already.
Of work to unlearn his harmful behaviors. Plus his aggression towards trans people who disagree with him and his debate bro pals, while simultaneously sticking up for those who do what he says, is clearly an example of his queer phobia not being properly dealt with either. His lack of good grace and faith in attacking Kira shows that he actually doesn't believe his own mantra.
They're ghosting me, yeah.
Nazis in the marketplace of ideas and
Fabian still hasn't replied.
Convert them, because apparently someone having said bad stuff in the past is absolutely inexcusable if it's a woman that he doesn't like.
Exactly.
People he doesn't like, there's a whole lot of projection going on. He calls Kira a terrible person who doesn't deserve redemption from her days as an alt-writer. He says that Sophie might have some good political opinions, but she's a terrible person. He calls Lani a master manipulator and implies that she was a terrible partner. He says that woke scolds are mentally ill.
Alright, I don't start till 10:45.
From the internet because they never go outside. These are all things that could be applied to Xander Hall himself. All this, coupled with a refusal to self-reflect, simply means that he's a narrow-minded man who's stuck in his own bizarre world of failed Minecraft YouTuber dreams and mummy issues. And it's sad. Lots of people like Xander Hall because, like his debate bro friends, they offer a window into politics where you don't actually have to do anything, except for what the system says you can already do, and this makes them feel like they're making a difference in a world that they correctly know is bad. He reinforces the belief that you can change the system from within the system. And people love that. Because people with privilege and comfort don't want to do anything other than what they already do. They don't want to change their mind too much. They enjoy the cruelty and puritanical cult-like behavior that's encouraged.
So don't fucking bother. Don't bother. Don't waste your time on people who are not going to change their minds. Don't waste your time on people who are comfortable. Don't hate them for being comfortable. Don't hate people for what they like, just for like existing under capitalism. It's not as if they know any fucking better. And it's not as if you know any fucking better. You're just doing what you can within a system that's already fucking broken. Don't waste your time. Don't give your energy, positive or negative, to people who will not give you anything in return. Okay? Just put that instead out into the world, and you'll eventually find people that deserve it. Just keep moving. Keep moving. Thank you. Next.
In white Western colonial society. He reinforces their prejudice and basically makes them feel like they're doing an activism, whereas really they just have posting disease, thinking that you can change the world with minimal online activity. It's arguable that Xander Hall does nothing for progress despite his progressive opinions about race, gender, and sexuality. The dogpiling he encourages on marginalized people pretty much cancels out the perceived good work that he does. But there's a reason for all this being the focus of the content. We already know he was struggling for money living out with Lani, and of course he knows that having centrist drama-based content is a lot more lucrative because, well, simply put, people are ghouls and they love that shit. The debate scene is something that reinforces this observation because people like Destiny and Vosh rake in sizable incomes for having paper-thin positions and wildly fluctuating moral compasses, which reinforce the biases of their mostly centrist neoliberal viewers. And people love the drama, the blood sport of the debate community. And ultimately, it doesn't get us anywhere. As mentioned earlier, there is no actual evidence that says that debate stops people from having bigoted opinions, nor does it stop them from...
That's why you should just do it to entertain people and not like pretend as if it's practice.
Them. No, lots of people let those opinions out when somebody upsets them, as we've seen with our Zanny man. My friends Sophie and Kira have spoke to me in private about the harassment that they've gotten from Xander Hall's community, and it is fucking heartbreaking. These are not people that need any more shit in their lives, Xander Hall. These are phenomenal people and allies who would have supported you and fought for you if you'd only just done a little bit of work to unlearn those harmful behaviors, take some criticism on the chin, and apologize. It's that shitty debate bro mentality you've got of never conceding and never showing weakness. It doesn't help anybody, including you. I actually started making content criticizing the debate circuit because of the tweet that Sophie made that you unceremoniously blasted and sent your community after her for. I already knew that debate bros were a farce in terms of their progression for the left, but that harassment and hate that you sent my friend's way radicalized me against the debate bro circuit in its entirety. I don't want to be doing hour-plus long videos about nerds who just need to fucking log off for a month and read some theory. I want to be doing content about how we can literally change the world and all the awesome activism that people are doing right now. I want to restore people's faith in humanity, but you and your mates are clogging up the online political space and hurting people, and it's gotta fucking stop. You even said yourself how disappointed you are that the majority of people end up disliking you before you've even got a chance to get to know them. Ugh, who am I kidding? He's not even fucking watching the video, is he? He won't even watch this shit the entire way through. All in all, when Xanderhol talks about why he started streaming, his political journey and what happened to him during that journey, plus his hopes and dreams, I find myself relating to him a lot. Like, we started streaming for the same reasons. He wanted to be a gaming streamer, so did I. He got into politics because he realized there was something up with the world, so did I. He enjoys what he does in the politics scene. So do I. So how did Xan get so close but so far from being super based? I'm literally 10 years older than Xanderhol, but I've got a lot of faith in Zoomers. They seem to be really well politically aligned. Far more so than millennials. But with Xanderhol, I just feel this huge disappointment. This video isn't an attempt at cancellation because, hell, as we all know, that doesn't work. This is just to point out to everyone, including Xanderhol, that the debate bro circuit and debate culture as a whole has got some extremely harmful behaviors that need to stop. If you've been on the fence about Xanderhol, or even if you've been watching this whole thing, foaming at the mouth, raging that I dare criticize him, all I want is for you to consider what I've said. It doesn't matter in the long run if you change your minds, because I know that people are eventually going to move away from debate bro content. The world is changing in vast, phenomenal ways, and we're on the precipice of something amazing. And most people will forget all this drama content. They'll forget all the debate bros, all the drama channels, and communities will thrive and support each other under the worsening material conditions of global capitalism. There's so much more that you can use your online influence for. People are doing amazing things all across the world, and you could be covering that and giving hope to people. All I've seen in Xanderhol's comments over the last month of researching for this video is people complaining that the left is fracturing, and nothing will get done while the left is always fighting like this. And well, that's just not true. Despite all this terminally online bullshit, people are making headway. People are waking up to the fact that their governments don't care about them. People are taking matters into their own hands and looking after each other. Xanderhol's audience and the entire debate bro audience are caught in a spiral of doomerism. But it could all change overnight. Just think about it. Seriously.
Pretty good video. I love it.
Thank you so much for watching this, everyone. Holy shit, this is like the longest video I've ever made. Look at the fucking word count for this script. Jesus Christ. Now, listen, I'm not being funny, but I deserve a few new patrons for this. No, but seriously, thank you so much to my patrons who've supported me. This video couldn't have got done without you, and the supporters that I've got on Twitch who keep me financially stable and allow me to do a job that I fucking love. So please, please, please consider becoming a patron or supporting me on Twitch or even donating directly to my PayPal. All the links to do that stuff is going to be in the comments, and there's going to be some in the cards at the end of the video. And if you want to see more content and you want to support me on other platforms, check out down below in the description. All my other social media is down there for you to check out. You can check out the VOD channel if you can't make my Twitch streams, which are every Monday to Thursday from 7 PM British summertime till late. And thank you so much to the people who've supported me in this content. Thank you to Noah Samson, thank you to Sophie from Mars, thank you so much to Mildred aka Thought Slime, and thank you to Kira Chats. And a special thanks to Nico Girl, who's done a lot of answering of questions for me about the debate circuit at large, basically. Like, thank you so much for enlightening me about a lot of stuff that I didn't know about. You can find links to all their channels down below, or even just like on the fucking main page of my channel and stuff like that. And if there's anyone I've missed out, I'll mention them down in the description. Honestly, I'm just so fucking tired from recording this. I need a treat. I need like a nice pastry. If you want to get exclusive updates on stuff like when my next video is going to come out, or what my next video is about, or behind the scenes stuff, please consider becoming a patron. Check out the Patreon, and don't forget to check out Red Planet pretty much every Sunday at 8 PM.
Unless you
things
just
have been a bit
never
hard for
touched
Red
the
Planet at the minute. We've not been doing many shows because of various things, personal issues, people needing to take breaks and stuff like that. I love Red Planet. It's one of the best things that I do, easily one of the best things that I'm part of. But we are making headway with making new episodes and finding new guests, so please stay tuned and check out Kira Chats' YouTube channel where all of the VODs are stored. And as always, thank you so much for watching. Stay excellent to each other. Peace.
Based. Oh yeah. Gabba, 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 gabba. Where's Gabba? They've got Gabba. Alright, so this is the response video.
Content warning for these
Oh gosh.
at this timestamp. I
Oh
like
gosh.
video essays. I admit it. Burn me at the stake for all I care. I like having the ability to watch someone else make.
Sorry. There we go. This is the face that I see in my head when this guy's talking.
Well-researched and well-thought-out points, bringing up ways of thinking I could have never imagined. And there are a lot of people to choose from. ContraPoints, PhilosophyTube, H-Bomber Guy, Jacob Geller, countless others. Given the sheer
Countless others!
Being honest, primarily leftist video essays, there will be a few duds. Some are badly researched.
Wait, his profile picture is literally an emoji in a top hat. Fuck yeah.
And push people
Clocked
in a
it.
harmful direction. Others are poorly edited and unfunny. Wait, does this count as a video essay? The video we will be looking at is unique. It is all of that and more. A shining example that no matter your political beliefs, you can push.
So this guy should have kept his job, like editing other streamers' videos and not creating his own.
Harmful ideas that can hurt the most.
Did I clock that as well?
In society.
Bad
So
idea.
how about we jump right on it?
All this coupled
We
with
jump
refusal to
right-
self-reflect,
sorry, I
even
can't
though
help
he's a
it.
narrow-minded man who's stuck in his own bizarre world of failed Minecraft YouTuber dreams and mummy issues. I did want to add a little bit of comic relief in here for people, because what kind of a content creator would I be without anything like that? So
I know, right?
here you go. I didn't hear from him at all, except when he would text me to complain about how awful his mum's house is, and how she won't let him go anywhere, and how he's miserable.
Comic relief for the abuse apologia. Damn, what a good look.
He literally just said that he has mommy issues. Yeah. Since she abused him, yeah, he probably does have mommy issues. You want to talk about toxic masculinity? Saying that another man has mommy issues because his mother abused him? That's pretty fucking toxic.
Because his content is focused on working within the system, trying to change said system from within. Kind of like a guy who joins the police force to try and make it better.
You can call me you can call me biased, but like for a creator like Xanderhall, I'm sorry, I'm gonna need that source, honey. Sorry, not sorry.
Like said cop, you either end up getting bullied out of the force, or becoming the thing that you hate.
No response to that.
But first of
Obligatory
all,
ACAB.
behold my newest invention.
Metapacos in chat, ACAB.
See, I am a autistic individual myself, and this is a little tool that will help me convey my point later on. The video I will be analyzing is called Xanderhall is not your ally. Whoa, stop. I see what you're doing. I don't like Xanderhall, you say, and that's perfectly fine. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion, but there are wrong ways to criticize somebody. For example, being transphobic to a shitty
I'm
trans
saying
person
it.
is bad,
Oh, no, wait.
even if they are
Wait,
bad.
what?
So please
Oh,
keep
I
that in
haven't-
mind
I haven't put it
as
in
we
there
go
yet.
through this video,
Dang
even
it.
if you have your own bias, because we're human.
I thought I'd
and we
put.
all have that.
Oh no, I haven't
Meet
put. That's just your
DJ
opinion
Human.
yet.
He
Man.
brings up criticisms against the YouTuber known as Xanderhall, some of which being incredibly problematic. This first part will primarily be harmless.
This
fun
guy
and
is-
banter.
this-
The primary problems I have.
This guy is the embodiment of like inverted commas. Like his voice is this is the verbal version of inverted commas, I swear.
With this video will be presented at this timestamp.
Xanderhal. Most people know him as the cheeky young debate bro regular guy who likes to smonk.
And going along with what they're saying, but not actually.
Or from his alt-right pipeline video where he congratulates himself on not being a fascist anymore. What a cool and normal thing to be proud of. Well done for doing the bare minimum, bro.
What a cool and totally not weird thing to call out. Maybe, hear me out. It's bad to attack someone for bad opinions they held and changed when they were a teenager. You know, when your brain is kinda mush. Congrats on doing
Sort of like the whole Bad Bunny conversation.
the bare
What?
minimum. The bare minimum is good. When
Isn't
the
this the same?
previous minimum was at the core of the fucking earth. But hey, how can someone sharing their experiences on how they got de-radicalized possibly help anyone else in the same situation?
If you're on the
like,
left, it doesn't...
but these cishet white men don't give any like the same treatment to the like BIPOC or queer people. Or women, even. Like, they don't give any of the same respect. Like, fuck off. Give us respect first.
Really follow the debate scene, you're probably wondering what all the fuss is about. But if you're into the debate scene, you'll probably know him as Wannabe Vosh, as this is what most debate fans have been calling him for the last few years. People call him things like the Zoomer version of Vosh.
That's a real big sample size there. Many people are saying DJ Mule was inspired by Hitler. Many people.
Oh, okay, he's just made a video in bad faith about one of my friends. Oh, and there's another one. Okay, he's just like obsessed with drama.
I wonder what...
I will say, I will give this to this creep response video. Using the term bad faith to describe someone is cringe. I will always say that as cringe. It is
He would
cringe.
have beef with Sophie from Mars. She hasn't said anything about him which he would disagree with, right? Any falsehoods, possibly? Nah, probably nothing.
What Mule has forgotten is that there are probably a lot of people watching this video who don't understand why the platforming of bad ideas is bad. Debate bros have been taking up space in the online left for some time now, and a lot of their content focuses on debating fascists or conservatives on
Okay, I take it
trans
back.
people should
Don't go
exist
back to
or
editing
whether
videos.
There is actually a white genocide happening.
Just
Their entire
stop.
modus operandi seems to be that we need to convert people who think differently to us. They're obsessed with this idea, even though it was proven wrong 100 years ago by Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, who said this. Why should we bother to reply to Kautsky? He would reply to us, and we would have to reply to his reply. There's no end to that. It will be quite enough for us to announce that Kautsky is a traitor to the working class, and everyone will understand everything.
Yeah, that's how proof
Based Lenin?
works. That's how proof works. Well, according to this quote, actually, debating is good and solves all problems, and every time someone debates, 10 homeless people get housed. It's all problems, and every
This is
time
your fucking
someone
response?
debates, 10 homeless people get housed. It's amazing. Doubtful? Well, here's my proof. And I trust that this is a real quote and that it's not fake. I trust him.
I think one of the funniest and most...
Trust that
Ooh, it's fake. Ooh, ooh. Apparently. But why is Sock Done Left like having a go at this guy now? Right. Oh wow. Oh, the drama. There's more drama. What? There's more drama. What? Oh no, I don't want to reply to it. I want to look at the replies. I'm not seeing much pushback. Alright, Shame. You have a good night's sleep. Stay safe. Yeah. Thing is, though, I'm not really like inclined to back up anything SDL says. But like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This just seems like another echo chamber here. Oh, that he's quoting himself there. Hammer and sickle types. What the fuck are you talking about? Man.
This is a real quote and that it's not fake. I trust him.
I think one of the funniest and most telling things about this video in particular is that Xanderhal is sat there in a Shadow the Hedgehog onesie. You know, Shadow the Hedgehog, the ambivalent, cool, and edgy character from the Sonic the Hedgehog series that doesn't really care about good or evil. He's too cool for that shit. Whilst Xanderhal is sat there being ambivalent and edgy and not really caring about good or evil. Because he's too cool for that shit?
Okay, you caught me. This clip is why I decided to make this video. It's perfect. I mean, it is perfect. Look at this guy. Do you not see it? Do you not see it? Here, let me help you. See it now? It's all coming together. Eggman and Shadow. Not to diss the stash or anything. It's a fine stash, but that beard is a no for me.
In this video, Xanderhal talks about his editor, Cherrybread TV, who did a tweet about a bunch of online slang used by queer people, specifically
it
trans
was
people.
working before.
He then goes on to say that the cancellation that they received for this was outrageous and people lost their minds over it. Which he then uses to catapult himself into a rant about how all LGBTQIA
can't seem to,
people
like,
online, specifically those
that
criticize Vosh and other debate bros, are mentally ill and abuse victims, and for some reason need online internet points to feel good about themselves.
What?
It's extremely fucked up.
Clip? 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 Hello, that's a clip. Hello?
Fucked up. Reason need online internet points to feel good about themselves.
What?
It's extremely fucked up.
Clip?
Online bros are mentally ill and abuse victims, and for some reason need online internet points to feel good about themselves.
What?
It's extremely fucked up.
Clip? 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 Hello, that's a clip.
This is
I
something
don't understand
he does
this.
all throughout the video. He'll voice over Xanderhal's clip 85% of the time. There's probably around 2 minutes of Xanderhal's actual voice in this video. But you know, I trust anyone who voices over another person's clip, and I am 100% certain in what they say, and you should be too. DJ Maul is saying the N-word. He said it twice. He said it 3 times. DJ Maul said the N-word 3 times. Can you believe it? I can't believe people support him. I can't believe it.
It's super annoying because yes, some people are
What? I'm so confused. Wait, what the fuck just happened? Like, this doesn't make
TV, who did a tweet about a bunch of online slang used by queer people, specifically trans people. He then goes on to say that the cancellation that they is too cool for that shit, whilst Xanderhal is sat there being ambivalent and edgy and not really caring about good or evil because he's too cool for that shit.
Okay, you caught me. This clip is why I decided to make this video. It's perfect. I mean, it is perfect. Look at this guy. Do you not see it? Do you not see it? Here,
I don't know, like,
see
it suddenly
now?
jumped to that clip thing and suddenly...
It's all coming together. Eggman and Shadow. Not to diss the stash or anything. It's a fine stash, but that beard is a no for me.
In this video, Xanderhal talks about his editor, Cherrybread TV, who did a tweet about a bunch of online slang used by queer people, specifically trans people. He then goes on to say that the cancellation that they received for this was outrageous and people lost their minds over it, which he then uses to catapult himself into a rant about how all LGBTQIA+ people online, specifically those that criticize Vosh and other debate bros, are mentally ill and abuse victims, and for some reason need online internet points to feel good about themselves.
What?
This vid is just VDS applied to Xanderhal. Fucking hell. People use the term VDS can get the fuck out. Seriously. Go fuck yourselves.
It's extremely fucked up.
Clip? Hello, that's a clip.
Okay. So like, yeah. So like he was calling out Xanderhal here. Yeah, okay. Alright. Just give me a second. It's proving to be a more difficult thing than I had anticipated. But this is why you can take the top off these babies and put them back in. Come on, go back in. Oh, you're a good clam. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Oh, good clam. Good boy. Oh. Clamp it. It's clamped. Just practicing my clamps. Yeah, okay, so where does he go with this one then?
This is something he does all throughout the video. He'll voice over Xanderhal's clip 85% of the time. There's probably around 2 minutes of Xanderhal's actual voice in this video.
Okay.
But, you know,
So basically he's saying that he's saying that that Mule is lying. Okay, cool. Show proof, please.
Trust anyone who voices over another person's clip, and I am 100% certain in what they say, and you should be too. DJ Maul is saying the N-word. He said it twice. He said it 3 times. DJ Maul said the N-word.
Well, we watched the full video, and he didn't say that. So, like, you're lying here. Okay. Well, prove that he's lying then. It shouldn't be hard to do.
3 times. Can you believe it? I can't believe people support him. I can't believe it.
It's super annoying because yes, some people are toxic online, but just log off. You don't have to see those people.
What?
Why is it?
Wait, so no, nothing, no proof, nothing. Fucking hell.
Wise advice.
Anybody who's still burning your bus at this point, there's no changing their minds. Fuck them, okay? They don't give a shit about minorities or anybody in this country whose life is on the line in this election.
This is such a reductive take, and again has been proven wrong by the fact that said minorities have suffered under Biden, as we previously discussed.
What an unbelievably privileged take. How in the goddamn hell can you say this with a straight face? There has been an unprecedented push against queer rights. Now, I want you to imagine, do you think we'd have it better with Trump under office, or a guy with Alzheimer's that does nothing?
Mate, you had the reversing of Roe v. Wade, and now there's a push to there's more laws against trans kids in sport than there are trans kids in sport. And your argument is, oh, it'll be worse under Trump. What? Source. Again, please. He gives you fucking, the actual facts of the situation, and your response is, nah, I don't like that. It'll be worse under Trump. Become Democrat. Intensifies. Fucking hell.
Doesn't hurt, doesn't help is better than I want you in a fucking camp.
Xanderhal.
Oh, how fucking privileged! Oh.
Uses a
fuck off.
Here in the beginning of his video. The word in itself is widely regarded as a word that should never be used in any context. It's the shortening of schizophrenic. On the point of Sanism, Xanderhal seems to really focus on the fact that anyone who disagrees with him has mental issues. Now, as an ADHD, OCD, and anxiety-having boy...
As a autistic, dyslexic, ADD individual myself, I will be on a high lookout for ableism from Xanderhal. And it appears my identity greatly outranks DJ Mull's, so you better listen to what I have to say. And this appears to be a little bit...
This is one of those fucking, idpol is evil shits. There's people who think that, like, oh, idpol, it's idpol, it's bad because it's idpol. You are watching a thought-terminating cliche cancel out a cognitive dissonance in real time. Listen.
Sanist? I don't know. I don't know, actually.
I've been in Kira's Twitch community for...
When you don't have any arguments against something, it's very easy just to use a thought-terminating cliches such as idpol.
Good few years now, and of course she is one of my co-hosts on Red Planet.
Wait a minute. In her community for a few years...
But for some reason, men on Twitch.television and YouTube.com cannot stand to see a woman doing political content and just absolutely need to make a takedown video of her because she is just so bad. If Bad Bunny doesn't have a negative opinion about you, you're not doing enough for progress. Bit of a fucking telling name there, terminally online leftist.
Hey yo, terminally online leftists, let's go. Or as I like to call them, evil DJ Mule. You've probably forgotten what a good beard looks like. Look at this. Look at this beard.
He then plays an old clip in which Kira says she would not have sex with or date a bisexual guy, which is something I, as a bisexual man, am very familiar with as an opinion.
If a guy's like having sex with other guys, and then he's like, oh, maybe I'll try having sex with you. I'm like,
What?
Now, of course, the way that Kira says it here is problematic for many reasons, but again, we're missing the point that this is something she said in the past, and wouldn't dream of saying this nowadays because she understands the harm it would cause. And as a bi guy, I just want to say for anyone listening here, if this is something that you think, fine. I don't want to fuck or date someone who has an opinion like this anyway, and I'm not going to lose sleep about people having opinions like this when I know that there are plenty of people who want to fuck me or date me.
Biphobia forgiven. It's alright, you know, bi guy said it, it's great. I see nothing wrong with this logic.
So there's a little rule of three that I'm trying to bring into my content here, and I'm going to try and stick to that going forward.
That wasn't what he said at all.
I'm going to finish this video with a third and final.
He literally just said, yeah, this happened in the past. Your response is to completely ignore the argument, and then just, like, come up with an ad hominem. No, not even an ad hominem. That was a fucking straw man. You're just, like, arguing something that wasn't argued in the first place. You can't engage with any of these points. All you're doing is picking apart, like, I don't know, like, things that are beside the point. Like, oh, I'm a bi guy. No, like, he was just talking about, like, yeah, I'm a bi guy, and I don't like this. The crux of the argument was, she doesn't do this shit anymore. Like, if you were going to have to, like, debunk that argument, then you would need to look it up and show it on screen, you lazy piece of shit. Fucking hell, I do this shit live and I do more work than this cunt.
And perhaps one of the worst character assassinations that Xanderhal has done on his channel, and that is of his ex, Lani.
The fun stops here. I would like to issue a few content warnings. The video was fairly petty up to this point, but it leaps and bounds over the line here. Luckily...
Are you talking about your own video?
I don't have to do too much work for this part, as I already did an entire video looking into the allegations and evidence.
Strap in, everybody. Lani, aka Pastel Leftist, was Xanderhal's partner for 2.5 years, according to the twitlonger she posted about him in July of this year. She describes how one day, a few weeks before the time of the twitlonger, he dumped her via text.
Also, I just want you all to, like,
which is already extremely shitty.
Appreciate the glory of this moment. This moment that we have of... need to figure out a way to put... somewhere to put this, which isn't going to be in the way. I think back where I put it, back where I had it. And put you up the top there. Yeah? Yeah, close enough. No. How's it? How'd it? Nope. Still not good. Lift it up. Ah, cool. Yeah, no. Sorry, I just wanted to dance a little bit. But yeah, appreciate the glory that is what I have just created. I have like basically attached spring-loaded a pair of spring-loaded monitor mounts to the bottom of my HOTAS flight sticks so that they can be at like this height, and then I can literally move them out of the way, move forward, grab my keyboard, and keep playing. This to me is I love this. I love the fact that I've got this now. This is a thing I can do now. And that they're out of my way now. I can like detach them whenever I like, and yeah, it's even got cable management if I felt like it, which I don't right now, but I'm pretty fucking proud of myself for this creation. This creation is quite fucking brilliant. Yes. Well, actually, like, see, I was originally considering spending $300 for a pair of table clamps, which were designed for these controllers, and so because they were so expensive, I never ended up buying them. Instead, I went on to Facebook Marketplace, and discovered someone selling 3 monitor mounts, because in my head I thought to myself, well, the only thing I really need right now is the only thing I really need for this thing to work is a pair of table clamps, and like they're really fucking hard to find. You would think that you could just pick up a pair at Bunnings, but like no, it's a difficult like hardware item to find apparently. But yeah, I could literally like have them up here. I could well, declamp it, lift it up. Lift it up higher and have it above the table if I want, but like having it like at this level is probably gonna be my preference. Having it at this level with a little bit of give in it. I mean, like it's you know, got a little bit of give in it, but that's cool. That's fine. I'm okay with that. But yeah. And I can pull this closer towards me if I'm really getting into it. So yeah, I'm pretty pleased as punch with this system that I've created for myself. Yes, But when I don't need them, put them away. But yeah, so the guy on Marketplace had 3 monitor mounts, 2 Hathaway and 1 Bale, and they were 25. He was selling them for $25 each. So in effect, I've created a spring-loaded mount, desk mount, compatible with a glass desk, which is better than the system that I would have bought, has more options for me, and it cost me a total of I'd probably cost me about $70 to put all this together, including the screws and stuff. But yeah, I bought all 3 mounts as well, so one of them is going for one of them is being used at the moment by my partner. So So yeah, because I looked at them, I'm like $25 each. Yes, I takes all of them. I takes all of them because these things are fucking expensive. The other one has USB port. The $25. It had two USB ports in it, and it's gas loaded. It's not a spring loaded one. It's a gas loaded one. It's one of those ones which is just like you can put it anywhere. So yeah, it's good quality shit. But yeah. Woo! I did it! I need to get to Canning Vale at some point, though, to start my run. I'm just gonna look up how long that run is, because I've got work at some point. Alright, so that's 10, 12, 3 hours. Canning Vale. Canning Vale is down there. Done. Alright, cool. So I don't need to finish until 10:30. Yeah. 10:30 I finish, and then I then at 10:30 I'll finish, and then I'll get ready for work. Let's finish this shit.
Behavior. Lanny says all of this is completely untrue and has no idea where he got all this stuff from, but thinks it might be because a car was broken into one time.
This part is pretty fucking bullshit. The car theft made Zan suspicious of Lonnie, but it wasn't.
I don't know what twit longer is, but okay.
His primary evidence. That would be the PayPal receipts he showed. And hear me out, if your partner is stealing from you enough to where you can't pay rent and are about to get evicted.
How do you check? How do you check? How do you check? Wait, what?
Theft made Zan suspicious of Lonnie. But it wasn't his primary evidence. That would be the PayPal receipts he showed. And hear me out. If your partner is stealing from you enough to where you can't pay rent.
Like, this is the thing. It says, yes, these are all... Oh, shit, you can't see. What the fuck? Sorry. This is the evidence. This is the evidence against it.
Primary evidence. That would be the PayPal receipts he showed. And hear me out. If your partner is...
So, like, we already saw these in the original video. There's no proof that those are her. Like, how do you check? Like, how did you check? Can you fucking check, please?
Stealing from you.
Yes, these are all her. I checked. Source? Trust the circle.
Enough to where you can't pay rent and are about to get evicted. Yeah, you're right to leave them. That is not a good relationship. But let's see how he frames this.
He says one of the first things that he noticed when he moved out is that he wasn't seeing as much money coming in as he thought.
Yeah, like, he framed this as, like, there's no proof. Prove it. Source, please.
He should be, which is like a very normal thing to happen when you first move out of your parents' gaff and go to live on your own somewhere, or even with a couple.
Wait, is he just gonna clip this bit? Is he just like I'm gonna go with it here. He's not even gonna show on the screen when he actually goes through that thing and like says that there's no proof about it. He's not even gonna look at that. He's just gonna say, oh yeah, like that's normal for when you move out. Yeah, great.
This is called the material conditions of the working class under capitalism, Zanderhal, and I advise you to do some research on it. Of course, it's an incredibly upsetting reality check that someone like Lani understood a lot more than Zanderhal because she has more life experience than him, being an older person than him. So of course, when she explains that to him, that makes a lot of sense as to why she'd say that. But no, of course, Zanderhal is implying here that she is covering up for something. That this is all part of the conspiracy against him.
I know for a fucking fact he's lying here. Do you want to know how I know? I see this little red bar here saying he's watched the entire video, and that means he saw the PayPal receipts. Whoops-a-doodle. What a silly little error. Instead, he's trying to frame it as Zanderhal.
Wait, what? Do I have? Is this the Mandela effect or some shit? Hold on. I fucking swear that he put that those things were on screen.
Certain sects of
I could be wrong, but like I'm fairly sure that he showed those things on stream.
on and offline. Now, I just want to stress that while this is a really difficult part of the video to go through, I did want to add a believer's own mantra that you could debate people like Sophie and Kira. I imagine he thinks this conspiracy and life a living hell after this video's publishing don't understand, and again, this is the fault of Xanderhol in the 2 years prior. During the 2 years of COVID, I was home all the time, constantly available and on call to help with anything you need. Xanderhol's partner for 2.5 years, according to the twit longest she posted about him in July of this year. She describes how one day a few weeks before the time of the does all the money making, and the woman does all the chores around the house, the cooking, the cleaning, something that's known as reproductive labor.
I'm sure that I saw this in the video.
Did someone like that have done this thanks to the patriarchy?
Tell me I'm
just
not
like
crazy?
a kind of gross dynamic where he has all the power to begin with. But I gotta say, if a couple consents to this and it's something that they're both happy with, then that's absolutely fine. Like, if you have a trad-con relationship like this and you're both safe in the knowledge that you are fine with it and you do not feel oppressed by this, cool, go for it, go for your life. Who am I to say what's right and wrong in a person's relationship? If that works for you, cool. But it does not sound like Xanderhol.
This country whose life is on the line in this election.
This is such a reductive take, and again has been proven wrong by the fact that debate bros that get this kind of stuff, it's always the debate bros who are clipped out of context. Monster, calling her a psycho amongst other bad faith arguments. Who is
a content creator in your lane that you've discovered who you might want to collab?
Much every single debate bro you can do, Barbara, a very normal thing.
Maybe I'm wrong.
To happen
like, but
when
this
you first
seems...
move out of your parents' gaff and go to live on your own
what he's
somewhere,
talking about.
or even with a couple. This is called the material conditions of the working class under capitalism, Xanderhol, and I advise you to do some research on it. Of course, it's an incredibly upsetting reality check that someone like Lani understood a lot more than Xanderhol because she has more life experience than him, being an older person than him. So of course, when she explains that to him, that makes a lot of sense as to why she'd say that. But no, of course, Xanderhol is implying here that she is covering up for something, that this is all part of the conspiracy against him. Xanderhol then says that Lani was not given the emotional support that he needed, but from the account that Lani gives about their relationship, it really doesn't seem like he was open in his communication about this stuff. It's actually really sad to read this, but here it is. I'll admit that since I started working outside the house, I haven't been as good of a girlfriend to Alex as I'd been in the 2 years prior. During the 2 years of COVID, I was home all the time, constantly available and on call to help with anything he needed. I was mostly happy, but I told him many times about how I felt lonely a lot of the time. Alex is a lot better at
to make some friends and help make ends meet financially. Lani was now spending most of her time out of the house. In some cases, she would go more than a day without responding to me, and eventually it started not coming home. When I questioned her about it, she'd actually respond. Her reasoning was that she was spending the night on her friend Sarah's couch because they worked together and they were carpooling to save money on gas. I didn't buy it, and the first night that she didn't come home...
Oh, so the red edit is Xanderhol.
I started to consider the relationship over.
The second that your partner does something that you don't like is so weak, dude. Like, you utter waste man. I couldn't think of a situation that is more childish, ridiculous at all, except when he would text me to complain about how awful his mom's house is and how she won't let him go anywhere and how he's miserable. Why are you not doing any self-reflection here, dude? Being completely overbearing.
She took it, claiming she wanted to be able to get out of the house and make some friends and help make ends meet financially. Lani was now spending most of her time out of the house.
He thinks that she was smoking meth. Again, let me point this out to everybody. Not required to help me, but it feels like he is trying to make the whole I'm in impossible to dig my way out of. Also, what's he playing at when he shows this Instagram exchange? Does he think this makes him look like a good person? Of course, his fans don't care, they're gonna support him anyway, but damn, anyone on the outside looking in is gonna see this and be like, yikes. Xanderhol shares some more DMs with people who are like legit concerned about Lani's whereabouts. He underlines this one where a third party, who would be unbiased, says that she was smoking DMT in the car with someone. Xan underlines this and writes gout here, implying that he thinks that she was smoking meth. Again, let me point this out to everybody. If somebody is addicted to meth, especially if it's someone that you love, that still doesn't make everything that he's doing to her okay. He correctly points out in the video that meth and DMT need a pipe to be smoked in, a crack pipe in particular. And yeah, that's correct. But if you've ever actually been outside in your actual life, you would know that someone on crystal meth behaves extremely differently to someone who is on DMT. So I actually entirely believe that she was smoking DMT and not meth, to be honest. Not that it matters, right? Also, clearly in reference to Alex telling her he's spoken to friends who've been worried about her whereabouts, she says in the screenshot, I spoke to blank, and they said you never spoke to them. I'm confused. Which is clearly, at the very least, an indicator that Xanderhal is not telling the full truth with these screenshots. Xanderhal then admits that he was considering going back to the apartment with the police. A leftist who's done content covering police brutality. He was going to bring the cops to his ex-girlfriend's place, probably telling them that she'd stolen from him, is addicted to crystal meth, and might be fucking crazy and unhinged. This motherfucker could have got her killed. Also in this next bit, Xanderhal just straight up accuses Lani of setting up a credit card in his name, which is extremely fucking hard to do when you don't have a fixed
here we go.
address. Like, where is she picking up this credit card from, dude? Is she picking this up from, like, the car park where she's sleeping in her car? One of the first things that he says in this video is that he noticed that money was getting drained out of his PayPal account to an unknown source, and that he didn't believe Lani when she said that he might have got hacked. But I've had my...
There we go. He did fucking talk about it. Okay. You lying prick. Otherwise, I mean, like, maybe he's gonna walk it back later in the video.
An unknown source, and that he didn't believe Lani when she said that he might have got hacked. But I've had my PayPal hacked before. A literal Russian child hacked my fucking PayPal in 2014 because I didn't know what I was doing. The little shit used it to pay for gaming subscriptions. It was extremely funny. And in fact, when I
So basically at this point, if Xanderhal's gonna claim like, Mule, this little story you're telling is fucking lame, and all it's gonna do is gonna create fuel for people to make stupid reaction videos. At the end of the day, source, please, Xanderhal, I need proof. If you're gonna claim that someone's stealing from you, I need more than. I need more
what a
than.
silly little error. Instead, he's trying to frame it as Xanderhal kicking her out of the apartment. That is.
I need more than. Trust me, bro. Yes, these are all there. Her, I checked. Trust me, bro. Proof.
Is not a good
please.
relationship. But
Proof.
let's see how he.
Also, like. Cash App Alana Johnson. Yeah.
Frames
Proof.
this.
He says one of the first things that he noticed when he moved out is that he wasn't seeing as
Yeah.
much money.
Yeah,
coming
Mule's
in
framing
as
was
he thought it
shit.
should be, which is like a very normal thing to happen when you first move out of your parents' gaff and go to live on your own somewhere, or even with a couple. This is called the material conditions of the working class under capitalism, Xanderhal, and I advise you to do some research on it. Of course, it's an incredibly upsetting reality check that someone like Lani understood a lot more than Xanderhal because she has more life experience than him, being an older person than him. So of course, when she explains that to him, that makes a lot of sense as to why she'd say that. But no, of course, Xanderhal is implying here that she is covering up for something, that this is all part of the conspiracy against him.
I know.
I don't know, y'all. This may be just a ad hominem attack at this point, but like, are we gonna trust all right, so I'm ADHD and I find it really hard to keep on top of like bills and like microtransactions and shit like that. Shit tends to like get sucked out of my account over time, right? Do we really want to trust that someone who gets so stoned all the time that they vomit on the floor, like it's a regular vomit fest in there, like is really gonna like keep on top of that shit? Is that what we are at right now? Because that just seems a little bit like, yeah, no.
For a fucking fact he's lying here. Do you want to know how I know? I see this little red bar here saying he's watched the entire video, and that means he saw the PayPal receipts. Whoops-a-doodle. What a silly little error. Instead...
Yeah, he saw the PayPal receipts and he responded to it. Dumbass. You literally like having to go at him for not reading, like watching the whole video, and it seems like you haven't watched the video either. I even went back to double check.
He's trying to frame it as Xanderhal
I do this live, and I'm better than you.
kicking her out of the apartment for no reason other than him being paranoid she's stealing from him.
First things first, gang. I just want to say that making content about your breakup is an extremely ghoulish
he
thing
completely
to do.
missed it.
Maybe the reason why he made this video is because Lani made it public, then 5 IQ, middle-aged Twitter users, not pointing fingers, picked it up and spread the allegations with lackluster evidence. But hey, that's just a theory.
Going off on a Facebook post or even an Instagram story is kind
that's
of a
just your
normal
opinion, man.
human thing to do. But a 50-minute YouTube video.
A 50-minute YouTube video talking about how he was in an emotionally abusive relationship and how his girlfriend
Lying about holy shit, lying about the abusive relationship. Like seriously, we're basically listening to someone who's just a at this point, the person making this video is a Xanderhall stan. He doesn't know Xanderhall. He hasn't got any fucking skin in the game. Whereas, like, at the very least, Mule is friends with these people and knows these people. Who am I gonna fucking trust? Some guy who can't even watch a video and then criticizes people for not watching the video properly. So much so that a fucking deadbeat streamer like me can call you out on it. Holy shit. Who are you gonna believe? Guy who can't even reference anything except for calling people crazy and low IQ. This is a wannabe debate pro streamer, basically. He wishes that he could do debates. He wishes he could debate. What a prick. Twitter users is it's just a fucking simp. Sources, please.
Stole money from him for a meth addiction and caused them to be unable to pay rent to the point where they were gonna get evicted? Damn, I can't believe this. I can't believe this.
What is a little bit more sickening in this situation, though, is that he says the only reason that he moved in with Lani was to escape a living situation with his parents.
My living situation with my parents eventually just got too toxic for me to continue being happy and making content, and I decided that my best course of action...
See, like, even without the context given, right? This makes me cringe so fucking hard, right? Can we listen to this in its full, right? Like, Xanderhall only talks about himself, only talks about what he needs, doesn't talk about whether they decided together, just talks about him, his platform, him.
Situation with his parents.
My living situation with my parents eventually just got too toxic for me to continue being happy and making content, and I decided that my best course of action was to move away. And so I did. I moved all the way across the country to Palm Springs, California with Lonnie.
Which is, and I will die on this hill, a fucking terrible reason to move in with someone. It's a great reason to move out on your own, absolutely, but you should not be moving in with someone else just because of that. When you move in with someone that you love, that you're in a romantic or sexual relationship with, you do it because you love them. The
whole way he frames that is about him and his needs. Like, from the start, like, fucking hell. If I was Lani or whatever her name was, if I was her, if I was dating someone who, like, spoke about, like, life decisions such as, like, moving house and shit in such a way that leaves me completely contextually irrelevant to that decision, I would be having some fucking words. I would be talking about, that is a fucking red flag. That is 100% bright red fucking flag. I just, yeah. It's just not cricket, mate.
And you decide to face this life together, not to escape another shitty living situation, which, in all honesty, doesn't actually sound like that bad of a situation because his parents took him in straight away.
This is a supremely bad thing to say. First of all, if you had to move out and stay somewhere, wouldn't you want to do it with someone you love? And saying it wasn't that bad if you move back in, yeah, they're family. But Xanderhall's relationship with his mother is pretty bad, and you will
But he wasn't homeless, Doug.
see multiple times how he jokes about it in this video. Stop it. Get some help.
I've come to the conclusion that Xanderhall made a huge mistake that a lot of people do when they look for a relationship, and that is that he wasn't looking for a partner, he was looking for a mother.
Get it, because his relationship with his mother is really bad. What a grade A douchebag.
I didn't know anything about that. Can you say that I mean, like, if he did that on purpose, that'd be kind of cringe, but like, that's kind of, I don't know, a normal thing to say. I don't understand the implications of this. So like, I'm happy to fucking take the L on this one if someone wants to explain it to me. I don't understand what his issue is. Like, you're talking about as if it's like an intentional attack, and I don't see it as something which is a big deal. So,
and this next bit just
compared to like making your girlfriend homeless, it's not the same.
Ew.
She would constantly use my card to order Grubhub and Uber Eats to places she was cleaning for lunch instead of packing some of the fresh food that she'd bought that was in our fridge and going bad. She'd also constantly leave half-eaten food just sitting on the counter to go bad. She wouldn't even bother just throwing it in the fridge to let it be good for later.
I can't stand people.
But like, you made her homeless, bro. You made her homeless, bro.
Who call themselves leftists and do not understand that people do not want to do reproductive labor. Reproductive labor.
He's saying he just wanted her to put food in the fridge. But please, compare that to reproductive labor. I mean, they're basically the same thing.
And of course, remember... Her having access to his money was an agreement that they previously had in the relationship, whether it was unspoken or not. What did Xanderhal expect Lani to do when he stopped her from having any access to money whatsoever?
I'm sure he gave her access knowing full well she would take enough money out to the point where they were about to be evicted. I'm sure he consented to that. That's how relationships work after all.
No, there was no chance for Lani to plead her case. No chance for her to talk it out with him. No. Xanderhal exacted the same state violence that any sheriff or landlord would do on someone who has not been paying their bills on time.
Please no, Lord above, smite me, for this is hell. Okay, man, just like a landlord or sheriff, okay.
After everything that he has done to his...
Nothing? Also, obligatory, Metapacos in chat.
Ex, I honestly do not care, dude. Like, this guy is so focused on, like, not getting an eviction because it would harm his credit score.
Damn, this guy doesn't want to be homeless? Damn, bro, you call yourself a leftist, but you live in a house?
And when she got out of prison and someone managed to take her home, she found out that the locks had been changed and she had no way to get into the apartment. This meant that she was homeless and had none of her belongings. So let's recap real quick. A 2.5-year relationship, the guy ends it out of nowhere via text, claiming that she's doing drugs and stealing from him, literally makes her homeless, and what does he have to say for himself?
Except he didn't fucking evict her. Their landlord did because they couldn't pay rent because she stole their money. They were...
Wait, if she stole their money, then she'd have enough money to pay rent. What?
Both about to get evicted.
Also, you're claiming that she stole money. Like, again, like, what is it, 1833? Your only fucking source for this shit is Xanderhal himself. Yes, these are all her I checked. That is your source. You are a simp. You're just a simp. You're just a simp.
What? All for your fucking credit score, Zan? All because you didn't have the guts to sort out your relationship? Weak, dude. Fucking weak.
This is one of the most telling moments in the video. Some people don't have the guts to deal with abuse. I'm sorry, but if someone is suffering in a...
What abuse? Not once in either video does Xanderhall claim that there was any relationship of abuse. He just claimed that she was doing meth and that she was stealing money without proving it. They were just showing like random, he just showed random PayPal transactions on the screen and said, yes, these are all her, I checked. Trust me, bro. Trust the circle. The source, trust me, bro. And you're just like believing him like a simp at the end of the day. Like, yeah, Mule made some bad takes and like said some stupid shit which you like jumped on because that's the reason they were stupid. Because like obviously someone would jump on the stupid shit instead of actually like engaging with the material.
relationship where they are getting
But like for you to claim that there's some sort of abuse going on, I'm sorry. Source, please, just give me something, anything. Just give it to me. Like,
emotionally abused.
I want
they
proof.
have the right
Emotionally abused how?
to be weak and leave. This is toxic masculinity at its worst. Don't believe me? Let's reverse.
He didn't leave. He like blocked her on everything. She got made her homeless. What the fuck? He stopped making the payments on the apartment. He like broke up with her over text. Like, you're not seeing any of these red flags here? Fucking hell.
Rules real fast. Womanethal, a 20-year-old female streamer, starts dating a man almost 10 years her senior. He steals money from her, spends it on drugs, and he tries to convince her to stream.
Like, you are just basically saying the same story which has not been proven. Like, that's the whole point. The whole point of DJ Mule's video was that Xanderhall is lying. And you have not debunked any of that at all.
More to make more money to pay rent, or else they would be evicted, knowing full well why they couldn't afford it. Do you have a different image in your head? If you do, that's right, you're sexist. But it's not your fault. It's just the way society views and presents these relationships. And if a guy called that woman weak for leaving the man that was stealing her money and also said this,
it's just so disgusting.
I would call it weak if a woman was lying about shit and then making her partner homeless because they claimed that they were on meth. Called other people that they disagree with psychos, like have like an actual documented fucking like history and pattern of abusive behavior, like gaslighting, like fucking literal gaslighting, projection, all of these emotionally abusive like things that he does live on stream, like caught in 4K. Like, this stuff is open. See, like, you can just bring up a Xanderhall video where he's talking about someone he disagrees with. You can just bring up anyone. That's my fucking source. Do it. Look at any video that he's made about someone he disagrees with, and look at how many times he calls them schizo. Look at how many times he calls people arslur. I mean, like, I don't know if he still uses that, but he did, and he stuck up for that. Like, come on. On the other hand, you've got a claim that this woman is has emotionally abused him, but you are not bringing up any proof other than what Xanderhall himself has said. So, yeah. You have nothing. You're just a stan. You're just an angry stan.
No makeup sex.
How would you view that? You would say that's abuse apologia, correct?
One of the first things that he says in this video is that he noticed that money was getting drained out of his PayPal account to an unknown source, and that he didn't believe.
Oh, he did watch the video.
When she said that he
just didn't edit it.
But I've had my PayPal hacked before. A literal Russian child hacked my fucking PayPal in 2014 because I didn't know what I was doing. The little shit used it to pay for gaming subscriptions. It was extremely funny, and in fact, when I contacted PayPal, they sorted it all out immediately. It was pretty fucking good, to be honest. But what I'm trying to point out with this anecdote is that actually, it's entirely possible that someone could have stolen Xanderhall's identity and taken out a credit card in his name.
Bitch, you showed the PayPal evidence in...
Oh yeah, he did show the PayPal evidence. Cool. But, like, your whole point earlier was the fact that he didn't. 2025. Like, your whole point earlier. You just debunked your own argument at this point. What the fuck? How was this back here?
Bullshit. The car theft made Zan suspicious of Lonnie, but it wasn't his primary evidence. That would be the PayPal. Yeah, I'm sure it's a hacker, man. I'm sure.
Next is more unfounded accusations that she was.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a hack. Work.
This is his final response. So I didn't even walk back for it. Didn't even, like, what the fuck is this video? Did he just make this video as he went along? What the fuck?
The PayPal evidence in your video. That point doesn't work.
You claimed that he ignored all of this entirely. What the fuck? You called him a liar for, like, claiming that he didn't watch the video with this stuff in it. What the fuck are you talking about? What is this shit?
The transactions are over the course of months.
Yeah, that's what scammers do. And literally he just gave an example of, like, something that was happening to him over months. And the fact is, at this point, the fact is, like, if Xander, yeah, it's so lazy. Like, the fact is, like, if it was happening over months, why has Xanderhol let it happen for months? Like, it just smacks to me of someone who's just not organized online. Like, I heard that Xanderhol uses his PayPal as a bank, like, instead of banking. Like, at some point, like, I'm pretty sure it was about Bad Empanada 2 channel was talking about how Xanderhol did that. It's just like, what the fuck? It's the dumbest shit ever.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a hack.
He's not really good with money or finances.
Man, I'm sure.
So that's the argument, though. By the way, this is your argument. This is your response to basically Mule's claim that he could have been hacked. This is a response.
Evidence in your video. That point doesn't work. The transactions are over the course of months. Oh yeah, I'm sure it's a hacker, man. I'm sure.
Next.
That's the argument. That's the response. That's what it gets. You called him a liar over that. You disproved your own point, and your response to his claim that it could have been a hack was, "Oh, I'm sure it's a hacker. Ha ha ha." Sarcasm. Why even include that in your video? This is trash.
There's more unfounded accusations that she was done by the cops for meth. And I gotta say, sharing someone's police report, even though it is public information, as he rightly points out in the video, it's just a weird fucking thing to do. It's like being like,
it's creepy.
Here is the official thing that says that my ex is a bad person.
It's not weird to show, because it can disprove 4 IQ, bearded losers with round glasses that try to do abuse apologia. Not pointing fingers or anything.
What has he got against people with round glasses? And, like, why do you keep on bringing IQ up as if it's, like, not a white supremacist fucking dog whistle?
And I mean, surely these police reports won't disprove any points DJ Mule tries to make later on in the video, right?
Anyway, he says that in the police report that she was definitely done for methamphetamine. Now, look at these police reports. It doesn't say anywhere here.
Anyone want to help me here with some American law? Woo! That was big. Ooh. 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 This is a fuck up. $11,377A. Oh. Oh. Ooh. What's dispossession? What is dispossession? What's disposition? Oh, okay. Scent. Scent. What does scent mean? NF. No charges filed. So 11364A and 11377A are both methamphetamine. Misdemeanor H&S. This is a fictitious check. I don't know what that is. Contraband, but I don't know what scent means. Scent. Holy shit. Sentence commuted? No. Sentence delete? No. Fuck. What the fuck does it mean then? What the fuck is it then? What does disposition sent mean?
That she was done for meth. It says that she was done for being in possession of a controlled substance. You do know what a controlled substance is, don't you, Xanderhal? Many.
Nah, Mule, you're wrong on this one, mate.
Many things. But no, Xan the man
But,
needs you.
like, still, like, I would like to know what the scent means. No, I can't find it. Like this, I'm just a little bit like I would like to know what these things mean before I move ahead. Like it doesn't. It's none of it is in here. Could be this. Like what abbreviation is? Maybe it means sentenced? I don't know. I don't fucking know, but like she definitely got arrested for meth.
Contacted PayPal, they sorted it. you to think that it is meth.
Content warning. Severe ableism. Sound the alarm. Alert, alert. Grade A mental retardation. This is not what he has. There's the side. Let me just look this up real fast. 11377. Whoops-a-doodle. Listen, if you're gonna be a video essayist, at least do your research, okay? Or else you might end up, pardon my ableist language, looking a
Like, can you not? Fucking hell.
Is still there, and he needs to do a lot of work to unlearn his harmful behaviors, plus his aggression towards trans people who disagree with him and his debate bro pals, while simultaneously sticking up for those who
Wait,
do
that's not
what
gonna...
he is. Plus his aggression.
So, like, I don't know what he was gonna... I just needed to skip past that bit for my own safety. But, like, basically he's, like... just... It's just, like, nothing. There's no justification for any of
towards
this.
trans people who disagree with him and his debate bro pals, while simultaneously sticking up for those who do what he says, is clearly an example of his queer phobia not being properly dealt with either.
It's fairly ironic that after everything we've seen here of this guy doing abuse apologia, then go on to...
None of this was abuse apologia. Like, you need to, like, back that up with something.
Lecture Xander Hall about so-called alt-right tendencies. In fact, DJ Mull's characterization of abuse embodies the alt-right far better than anything Xander Hall is doing today.
How?
I find myself relating to him a lot.
How?
Like, we started streaming for the same reasons. He wanted to be a gaming streamer, so did I. He got into politics because he realized there was something up with the world, so did I. He enjoys what he does in the politics scene, so do I. So how did Xan get so close but so far from being super based? I'm literally 10 years older than Xander Hall, but I've got a lot.
Is that it? You're just going to claim something without fucking backing it up? Was that it?
A lot of faith in Zoomers.
Alright.
They seem to be really well politically
Fucking
aligned,
whatever.
far more
Fucking
so
we
than
can say,
millennials.
okay, y'all, we can just say whatever the fuck we want without having to prove anything.
But with Xander Hall, I just feel this huge disappointment.
You know what would give me faith in humanity? If we strapped DJ Mule to a rocket and sent him to live out the rest of his days on Mars. He could even fertilize the plants with all the shit he's spewing. What's the takeaway from this? Well, no matter what your beliefs are, you can still hold problematic stances and have serious biases that can lead you into ways of thinking that can cause quite a bit of harm.
No fucking self-reflection in this one.
This was honestly one of the most disgusting video essays I have ever seen.
Yeah, but Xander Hall made his girlfriend homeless. Yeah, but you didn't know I could do that, huh? Huh? I can do that. I gotta turn it off though, somehow.
But I will try to close this out on a positive note. We all have toxic traits that we must work on.
Should I leave this on all the time?
No matter who you are, where you live, this is true of all of us. And I believe anyone can change. Even DJ Mule might one day reflect on how his language invalidates abuse victims. But what he says doesn't matter. It holds no sway on your own actions as an individual. So get out there, improve yourself.
It's pretty fun, isn't it?
Your
It's pretty cool.
community, and live your best life. Outro time. That was some fine drama. An honest, step-by-step guide on how not to make a video essay. Well,
Agreed. Agreed. I can't say anything more than that, but agreed. Like, this is exactly how not to make a drama react video because, yeah, Like, you had like 2 points that you could have made an entire video about if you wanted to, but instead all you did was just make unsubstantiable claims when you actually had fucking smoking guns. Like, he was wrong about meth. Cool, you could have focused on that, but you didn't. You just moved on to like something else. Why the fuck did you do that? Also, like, also DJ Buell made a shitty argument about how, like, he made a lot of arguments that were beside the point. You could have like focused on like the truth of the issue. You could have actually brought up some fucking evidence to back up Zanderhol's side of the conversation, but all you've done is make yourself and Zanderhol look like more of a dickhead. Also, like, it's not funny to say trigger warning ableism and then drop the R slur in the middle of a fucking video. I mean, like, you talk about people who are enabling abuse. Well, do you know what my ex used to call me when she was being verbally and emotionally abusive to me? She used to call me a retard over and over. She called me a man in a dress. She like picked all of the things that were wrong with me, that hurt me the most to hear from people I care about, and used them against me. But I guess I'm just a snowflake at the end of the day for not finding your like lack of compassion towards people who've gone through actual abuse and understand what actual abuse is. Because you are literally comparing someone who was made homeless by their partner through the actions of their partner. Like, I know that you shitty debate bros don't believe in passive actions. You don't believe that something you do can cause pain to another person when you don't intend it to. You think that standing still while someone is clutching the side of a cliff isn't about like a negative action towards another person. You don't believe those things. That's cool. I am different. I believe those things. Now you understand my worldview, maybe you might have some understanding about why I find this shit kind of gross. Step back, stay in your lane. Talk about things you understand. Like, maybe like step back from creating videos yourself and maybe help other people edit videos instead, because this ain't it, Chief. You just shit at this. Like, so cringe-worthy. But in any case, I really need to head to work. So, well, my other work, second job, yay! I will be back tomorrow, and depending on what I do this afternoon, I'll either have my flight stick set up, or I will be continuing to do the setup, which will be boring for everyone. So tune into the boring stream tomorrow for more of that. And yeah, until then, take care of yourself, and take care of someone else. Bye bye, bye bye, bye bye, bye bye.